5 of the Scottish 6-day trial.
There you go. We were just talking about stuff which happens in the past here at the 6 days trial.
Yes, we certainly were.
Newsfeed, amateurs at the studio. Come on. Morning.
Oh, he's doing something.
Morning, Simon.
Fiddling with his...
Yeah, sorry, I've got other things going on here. Just...
You've got to say morning first.
Morning.
See, how are you?
I'll be fine in about 5 minutes.
Okay. What can't tell us then? Tell us.
I just got computers misbehaving, that's all.
Oh, not
dear.
computers. You've got to love them, haven't you?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
It is day 5, as that little intro said. It is Friday the 5th of May.
5th of May.
Currently sitting at 9, just under 10 degrees centigrade, 64 humidity, quite windy still.
Yeah, a little bit blustery, and yesterday we had a very, very heavy squall came through the car park here, the paddock, and it's removed the gypsy encampment completely. It's gone. They had to take their awning down, their gazebo down, and it had suffered some damage. But more importantly, I was speaking to Richard Midgley, who's with the gypsy people. He lives in France, and his son, Richard Milky Midgley, works for Gypsy, and he said that there's quite a supply of T-shirts now in the loch.
Is there really?
Apparently.
Wow.
So I said, well, I'm going to get a diver suit on, claim salvage on them, get them washed and ironed, and sell them for a profit out of salvage. How's that then?
Right.
That's what happens in maritime. You know, if you get a rope on a boat, you claim salvage.
Yeah.
So. Anyway, if anybody's brave enough to go hunt out the gypsy T-shirts, they're welcome to them now. But it's a bit unfortunate because it was unplanned, and it certainly wasn't something that anybody expected to happen yesterday at all.
No, we certainly didn't. I'm John Weller. You are?
John Moffat.
In the trailer, we've got...
Chris Millard.
And back at the studio, we've got...
Simon.
Hey, there you go. See, that's your team. Maybe Sean joining us, we think, a bit later on in the morning.
I didn't even know who was in the caravan in the van this morning, the trailer, because... nobody's emerged since
Who's in the trailer again?
Chris Thingy. Chris Thingy.
Thingy. Hello, Thingy. Good morning.
Morning. He is there. Chris Thingy.
Day 2 for him.
Yeah.
He did really well yesterday. Very impressed.
Yeah, there you
Did
go.
you see the footage? You had a look at it?
No, but I heard part of the recording.
Yeah.
I was listening to the recording, and yeah, it seemed very good, I thought.
What we're going to do is play a tune, come back, do the weather, then we'll sort of have a look at what's happening, give the contact information out,
That'll
and
be good.
start the day proper.
Start the day.
So we've got
Oh.
Paradise City.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
You will never be stuck for things to do and places to see throughout Lochaber. Experience the abundance of history, immerse yourself in a movie scene, walk within our great outdoors and see our wildlife running free. Rain or shine, there is always something to do. Get out and enjoy all the incredible things we have to offer right here in Lochaber.
To move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
Visit a Scottish region full of wonder, from stunning mountainous landscapes to deserted sandy beaches, relaxing woodland trails to heart-racing adventure. From historic treasures to the simplest of pleasures, the view from the top, the cleanest air, hidden places and wide open spaces, unearth a breathtaking world right here in Lochaber.
You will never be stuck for things to do and places to see throughout Lochaber. Experience the abundance of history, immerse yourself in a movie scene, walk within our great outdoors and see our wildlife running free. Rain or shine, there is always something to do. Get out and enjoy all the incredible things we have to offer right here in Lochaber.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so cool and look smooth. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
Visit a Scottish region full of wonder, from stunning mountainous landscapes to deserted sandy beaches, relaxing woodland trails to heart-racing adventure. From historic treasures to the simplest of pleasures, the view from the top, the cleanest air, hidden places and wide open spaces, unearth a breathtaking world right here in Lochaber.
Radio, brought to you by Thistle Access.
The northeast will be cloudy, elsewhere mostly dry and bright. There will be some warm sunshine across the west coast and parts of the Western Highlands, but cloudier in the... I've got a funny noise in my ear. A few showers, maximum high 16 degrees centigrade at 61 Fahrenheit. Tonight, northeast staying murky with patchy drizzle and
today's weather on Nevis Radio. Brought to you by Thistle Access.
Either
Can we just turn that? I'm going to quieten the tie a little bit. I think we get a bit of. Is that better?
that's much better. What do you do?
Well, you might be a bit quieter. I've taken the PA down a bit, but we saw that out in a minute on the other button.
All right.
It's coming back again.
Yeah, I hear it as well. It's almost like
Hang
a
on, what's-
misfire. A misfire at 100 revs per minute.
Is that better?
No.
That's
There's
still there a
of
bit.
flutter going on.
I don't know where that's coming from then. It's not the PA. Okay.
Is it on all the mics or is it your mic needing new batteries maybe?
I just switched my mic off and it was still doing it.
See, your mic's fine. I think you might need new batteries, John.
Is that better?
Yeah.
That is-
There you go,
it's
change
batteries.
Yeah.
Right, I'll
Batteries
turn you back
are
up then. There you
running
go.
out.
That'll be batteries then.
You live and learn.
Batteries,
I'm
there
just
we
going to get
go.
the battery pack passed to me. No, batteries, they're the ones. Take them out. I'm back
He's
back of the
getting
hut.
new batteries for his
Right.
microphone, folks.
We'll replace them all.
That's better.
That's a weird sound.
It was. I thought it was just my little radio that I used to listen to the Nevis radio, but it wasn't.
Somebody by the name of LB1973 says you speed wrapped the weather.
Yeah, because you can hear this funny noise in your ear and you think, what is that? It sounds like a train coming through my head.
No,
yeah,
right.
yeah. No, that'll be the batteries in the mic then.
Right, so very good morning wherever you're listening, watching, viewing, interacting with us. It's great to have you with us around the world.
Absolutely right.
All
over
around the
place.
world.
Yeah. 1973. It was just mentioned there. That's 50 years ago, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes, 1973. It was the first time a team of American riders rode in the Scottish 6 Days Trial. Mike McCabe, I've forgotten the middle name of the other guy, and Kirk Mayfield, all rode in the 1973 Scottish 6 Days Trial, which of course then started from Edinburgh and finished in Edinburgh, and the bulk of the week was up here in Fort William. So they're members of the North, what is it, NEOTT, and I've forgotten what it stands for now. It'll come back to me.
Northeast.
Northeast Oklahoma Trials Team.
Oh.
Northeast Oklahoma Trials Team. It just
Where's
came back.
Oklahoma coming to that?
Oklahoma, yeah. And a good friend of mine lives there, John Studley, a great machine tuner, and he actually used to drag race cars as well as ride motorcycles in Hare and Hounds, Enduro, a bit of motocross, and of course trials, which is his main sport. And he's in his 70s now, but that man is an absolute mine of information. Fantastic guy, and he's so enthusiastic. And we even featured him on Trials Guru Letter from America, I think it was called, and it's a fantastic article put together for us that he'd used in a couple of magazines over there. Anybody that's involved in trials should read that article. Very passionate man of the sport. And Kirk came back to riding a few years ago. He actually rode, I think it was in 74 or 75, I think it was 74. He actually rode one of the ex-Mick Andrews Works Yamahas that Mick still had in the country, and Kirk actually rode for Yamaha and rode the 74 Scottish on an ex-factory bike.
There you go. First rider away in about 14 and a half minutes at 7:30. Who's the first one away today? I've got no numbers up there today.
I think the reason they've got no numbers
They blew
up is
away.
because it blew away yesterday.
So it's in
but
the loch.
They normally have them. Oh, right. It's 193 to 240 is the first group. So it'll be 193 will be the first rider away today. Certainly 197's hanging around. 196 working on his bike. I don't think anybody's gone out yet because it's only 7:15. Did you hear it breaking up there?
No, that's me, I think.
Did
Was it
you?
not?
Oh, no, I thought
I don't know.
once I walked round.
I think we need new batteries all round, guys.
Yeah, we're going to do that. We'll do that. That's the next major update we're going to do here.
Yeah,
Like
so we
the
went past
F1 teams, we're going to have an update.
Yeah. So it's
upgrade.
193, I think, is the first one away. If he's still going, of course, because sometimes people drop out, so then it moves up to the next guy. But Ricky Mayer's got his bike ready to go. He's 197 from the Inverness District Club.
You just finished very suddenly then. It's
Thought you were going to say something.
Yeah, me.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I was going to say, if you want to get in contact with us, then please do. The bits and pieces are going to come up on the screen very shortly, and so I'll let you know what they are.
Hang on a second.
No, you're eating.
Yeah.
You're eating chocolate.
Yeah. It's 7:15 on a Friday morning. Of course I'm eating chocolate. Anyway, right, okay. So if you want to get in touch, you can do so on WhatsApp, 01397 706 100, or you can phone us in the studio on the same number. And that's 01397 706 100. You can email the studio at nevisradio.co.uk. You can also get us on the Facebook at Nevis Radio Official, and you can also find us on YouTube at Nevis Radio Official, where we have our live chat box alongside our live video footage. If you do want to listen back, though, maybe you're in work and you think, I'll have a wee cheeky listen, you can listen back on Mixcloud on our Nevis Radio Official page there. I've got all 4 days up and available for you to listen to at your own leisure as well.
There you go. And do please be interactive. Let us know what you're thinking, who you want to try and chat to, any questions you might have. Test the Moffat Man. The Moffat Man. Have you met the Moffat Man? The Moffat Man, the Moffat Man. Have you met the Moffat Man? I do every day. Hey.
Well, that's nice. That was wonderful.
You weren't expecting that, were you?
I wasn't expecting that. I definitely wasn't expecting that. And don't test me too hard, because it's still quite early in the morning for me.
It is. I know there's a few emails there. I think somebody was sending some messages in yesterday. I don't know if you kept caught on those yet, Si, or whether they're old ones.
They were old ones. I've just kind of refreshed that. I'm ready to go for today.
Very good indeed. We've got a competition. We'll let you know what that question is going to be very, very shortly.
Okay.
And a Pico umbrella and some other associated merchandise.
Yes, indeed.
That's good.
Our winner yesterday is going to pop down and pick up the winning prize, apparently, which is a Nevis Radio umbrella.
Was it
Something Kelly, wasn't
Tracy Back?
Tracy Back?
Yeah,
Tracy Back. I was actually right. It is the daughter of Alistair MacDonald, and so it'll be our brother that's riding the Scottish Andy MacDonald, who now lives down in the West Lothian.
I thought we got lightning then.
No, that was a flash off a camera, I think. I think we're being photographed.
The old flasher. Mr. John Hume, one of our sponsors, or responsible for one of our sponsors, Trial Magazine. He's hovering around, taking some pictures and that. And these may appear all over the world with our faces on it. That'd be lovely, wouldn't it?
Morning, over, John.
Yeah, that was... he can't hear you.
He can't hear a word you're
That's
saying.
worth a go.
He's doing his professional stuff now.
Yeah, he's
Right,
doing
talking of competitions, I'm working on something. We might have another bit of a competition for tomorrow. I'll give you some more details on that once I know some more.
Okay. And something I think you spoke about yesterday, and Cafe Mara, they're one of our media sponsors.
Yes.
And they've got a gig coming up on Bank Holiday Monday, but that's changed very slightly. Did you see?
Yes.
Which is quite exciting, I think.
Yes.
It's a free gig now.
I know.
With, what's his name?
Callum McPhail.
That's the one.
He's getting a lot of airtime at the minute. We don't actually have his stuff on the system, do we?
Well, if they don't send it, I can't play it.
Yeah, exactly.
There might be one on there. I thought you had put one on there.
Right, hang on. Is it MAC? I should know. I'll have a look.
You should know.
Oh, no, we do have some stuff. We do have.
Yeah, I thought there was.
All right. Well, we can fit some of that in.
So, yeah, play that. We'll have a tune for Mr. Moffat very, very shortly.
Okay.
I'll let you know what that is and get it queued up. Then we'll come back, have a look at the route. So play a tune.
Right. Sorry, I'm just finding out. Right. Okay. So tomorrow we'll do this tomorrow.
Yeah.
We can do a pair of tickets to go to see Callum McPhail.
Okay.
In fact, no, we can do that today. If we can fit that in today, we can do that. Obviously, you need to be in the area next Monday, so if you're hanging about, we can fit that in.
Yeah.
Can we fit that in?
It's always hard running two competitions, I think. So we've got an 8 for tomorrow. Why don't we do it tomorrow?
I'm just going through some terms and conditions while we're doing this. We'll deal with this, but we'll work on it. But
Okay,
yeah,
that's fine. We'll have a discussion. I mean, there's no reason we can't do it. It just gets very complicated having two competitions.
yeah, I know.
But tomorrow we're obviously on for what 5-6 hours if it goes that long, and
Yeah,
be quite good to do it then.
we'll work on it. But yeah, no, good shout for the guys down at Cafe Mara getting organised for next Monday. I'm sure that'll be a grand gig. He's getting a lot of attention for his music at the minute, and it deserves to be listened to, really, because it's pretty good.
Was it between? Is it 5 and 7 Monday, something like that?
I haven't got the poster in front of me, so I couldn't give
I
times.
did see something like that. But say, John Moffat, what tune are you after today? Yes, you.
A tune.
Oh, my
Let me
goodness.
think about this.
I thought we were going to play some Callum McPhail, if I was honest.
An individual artist who used to be part of a very, very famous band, Mr. Brian May.
Oh, I know where we're going with
so
this.
do
You
I.
know where you're going.
Yeah,
I know
yeah.
where I'm going, but the general public don't know. But it's all driven by you.
Oh, right, I thought we were freeing the Badgers.
He's working with a very good artist at the moment called Kelly Ellis. We featured her a few years ago, but she's got some new stuff out, and he works with her and produces a lot of that, and that's going to be on our system very shortly, actually.
Excellent.
He's still very much in the music industry and
Oh yeah,
supporting younger artists, which I think is quite nice.
brilliant.
And we'll come back, and then we'll have that Callum McPhail track, probably taking us up around about quarter to 8.
8.
Okay.
Something like that. So we'll fit that in before the end of the hour. And yeah, play this tune. It's for Mr. John Moffat.
Thank you.
Cool.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Hold back, if you think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter. The world time has come to.
From lodges by the river, barges on the canal, or even a luxury castle, they all share the common theme of being surrounded by stunning views and incredible scenery here in Lochaber. Rest assured, we are doing everything we can to keep you safe during your stay. We can't wait to welcome you.
The tyre is such an important part of your bike. It's the only part which touches the ground. And when you get that perfect combination, it's hard to beat. The Michelin tyres have been perfect for me. I've been running the DH22 on the front and the DH34 on the back, and it's a really good combination between grip and rolling speed. It's hard to find a tyre which has both the grip and the durability and not wear out. It means less tyre changing, less putting air in your tyres, less putting tyre sealant in your tyres, and it's just easier for me as a professional. It just does what I want it to do. It's not doing anything funny, and they've been durable. I've ridden them on some really rough terrain and I haven't had any punctures yet, but to last long as well, it's ideal really.
It's day 5 of the Scottish 6-day trial.
Jeez, is that better?
Sorry, wrong fader.
Oh my goodness.
Oh dear.
Right, we have new batteries. We are fully kitted now. We're ready for the next 48 hours of 6 days trial from Parc Ferme.
We've had a refresh.
We have.
Oh, and on the video link, we've got our names up now.
Look at that.
And they're the right way round.
We're going to fall in one day.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do that. It's great to be with you, and it's a bit of a chilly one. My hands are actually cold for the first time this week.
Wee bit chilly. It's 10 degrees at the moment, which seems a bit high for what we feel. So maybe it's the wind chill.
I think the wind chill we're getting.
Yeah.
Brass monkeys I'm going to go for, but it's the first time I've actually felt cold this week.
That's it.
But that's what it is. I mean, it's a pretty good day for riding, I'm assuming, like we said.
I would think so. Yeah, it's pretty calm. It's not, well, a wee bit of a breeze through the car park, but that might be different out on the course. And it's dry. That's the main thing.
How much can the wind affect a rider on sections? Is it ever that bad?
Normally it's not an issue at all, but when it's very, very strong winds, when you get up the tops of some of these hills, you can be blown about a bit on the bike. Same as if you're riding a motorcycle on the road. You see it in really windy conditions, riders actually almost leaning into the wind as they're riding along, and then when the wind drops, they pop back up again or fall over. It can affect you, but in a trial, not too much. Same with rain as well. You just have to cope with it. It's the conditions that you're riding the bike through.
Exactly. We've got a competition. We've got a lovely Pico umbrella.
We do indeed.
We've got some key rings, we've got some stickers, and we'll find a pen to throw in there as well. And we sorted out a question.
We did. Do you want me to read it?
Yeah, he's doing this.
Go on then.
Posh voice.
Go on then. In which year did the Edinburgh District Motor Club commence the Scottish 6 Days trial? Was it A, 1911? Was it B, 1909? Or was it C, 1923? I'll run through that again. What year did the Edinburgh District Motor Club commence the SSDT, or the Scottish 6 Days Open Reliability Trial? Was it A, 1911? Was it B, 1909? Or C, 1923?
Oh, we got the old bed in the background there. Give us a call, give us a text, give us an email, give us a bit of paper in the Parc Ferme if you want to do that. The details are up on your screen right now. Facebook.com/Nevis Radio Official. WhatsApp 01397 706 100. That is also the same number if you want to call the studio. Twitter.com/Nevis Radio. And come through anyway you want, and studio@nevisradio.co.uk for the email. And so I'll be there with his pen and all his... You think my handwriting's bad? You should see his.
I should be a doctor.
Yes. Indeed, you should.
That'd be dangerous, wouldn't it?
He writes very small. It's always in the bottom corner. He's a funny angle. He's always in the bottom corner.
That's because I'm left-handed. I can't write on the other side of the page because the page moves.
Ah. Are you Dr. Feelgood?
He's Dr. Beat.
Dr. Beat.
Call him Dr. Beat.
There's something there. I'm just reading through some messages I've got here. Jonathan Hughes is number 193 because you were looking for 193 earlier on, I believe.
All right.
I've also been advised in the programme the first rider away each day is by the map, apparently.
By the map?
Yeah, like on the map in the programme.
Oh, in the programme. We're not using a map in the programme, you see, so we don't see that.
Oh, I've never seen that.
Well, I just thought I'd pass it on. Also, the team and Cafe Mart are listening, so they're aware of that. A pair of tickets to give away tomorrow, I believe. We'll do that. Obviously, bear in mind, if you are going to enter that, you will need to be in the area on Monday to go and enjoy some live music with Callum McPhail. And we'll sort that one out tomorrow. What else we got? I've got another one here for you, John.
Yeah.
Dennis Jones, ex-rider's got in touch from Marbella.
He would do, because that's where he lives now.
There you go. He's wondering what's in those backpacks. I hope you know what that means.
What's in the backpacks?
Yeah.
Sandwiches.
Yep. There you go.
No, in the backpacks on the riders.
Possibly.
Yeah, well, they've normally got an inner tube, a pair of tyre levers, a mole grip wrench, other brands are available. How do they call it? A tyre repair instrument. Not allowed to say what they really call it. A dog's poo, I think it's actually referred to. Anyway,
what are you talking about? You've lost me now.
Well, it's
a tyre repair instrument.
it's actually a tubeless tyre repair kit. They don't repair tubeless tyres now, but to get you home, they use a little strand, you would say, and that doubles into the hole that's in the tyre just to get you off the hill.
I've not seen that
So
or
it
heard about
plugs
it.
the hole that you've unfortunately picked up on the rear tyre. Front tyre takes a tube. They tend to use tube-type front tyres and tubeless rears. So it's a dog poo, they call it, because the actual strip of material looks a bit like a dog excrement.
If you're having your breakfast, a very warm welcome to Never Radio.
Well, I'm trying to use the right terminology.
Dog poo. Okay.
So there's some spanners, some spare bolts and bits and pieces like that, and in some cases, if they can pack it in a waterproof top that folds away neatly. So just the equipment to get you home, basically, repair your bike out on the course.
And if you're wondering what the answer to that question is, we'll give you a bit of a clue. It is in the programme.
Yes, it is in the
Early on in the programme. I was looking at the programme, and I've been given one today, and Nevis Radio have got a feature in there as well, a whole page.
There you are.
What we get up to and what it's all about, which is really nice. We didn't know that's going to be in there. So whoever puts this together, thank you very much for thinking of us and putting it in there.
No, I knew it was going to be there because I provided some of the details. You should have a QR code where you can scan it and it should sort of play the radio.
Yeah, down the bottom right-hand corner. And what you said about the next rider or the groups of rider going out, it's the how they do it is they put the rider list beside the map of each day. So I didn't actually notice that because I haven't been using the programme. I've been using a sheet with the daily route on it. So thanks for that, Simon. And we do have a guest coming in this morning, don't we?
Well, do we?
This is Friday, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, well, we're prepped in there for him for Thought of the Day.
Yeah,
yes,
that's
he's
right.
definitely coming in.
Yeah.
In about an hour's time, he'll be joining us.
That'll be good.
Yep, exactly. You're going to do the route.
I'm going to do the route.
You're going to do the route.
Yeah, on Friday, the 5th of May, 2023, at the Scottish 6 Days Open Reliability Trial. The route today, in the morning, it tends to go down towards the Kinloch-Leven area. So the riders leave the Parc Ferme here in the West End car park, Fort William. They go up over to a section group called Sliach. It looks like Slubech, but it's pronounced Sliach, I'm reliably informed. Group A has got 3 sections. The first rider arrives there at 7:50, which is 20 minutes after the start. That seems quite tight, really, because it would take me longer to get to Sliach for here on a motorbike, but there we go. The second group of sections, Group B, is at Upper Mamore, which is just off the old Mamore Road. It's not an accessible road to vehicles nowadays. It's a walker's track, you would say. But the riders are up there, 2 sections at Upper Mamore, first rider there at 8:15. There's no grid references beside Sliach or Upper Mamore, so they're not really accessible to the spectators today. Group C, there's 3 sections at Corrie Moher, which has got a grid reference. The first rider at 8:40. I think Corrie Moher is up the Dam Road from Pipeline. You don't go to Pipeline, you continue up the Dam Road if you're walking. You can't go there by vehicle. But it is doable if you're up early and you get up there quick. Then, as I say, Corrie O'Dare has got 2 sections. That's further up the hill somewhere up there, and the first rider's there at 9 o'clock. Group E is 2 sections at an old favourite chairlift. That's at the White Corries ski lift. Near to that, there's 2 sections there. It's got a map reference against it. First rider there at 10 o'clock. Group F, another spectator-friendly group, is Bar House, which is further along the old Wade Military Road. At Bar House, first rider there at 10:25. Then the riders move off to Group G at Gorton, which is 3 subs at Gorton. I'm not quite sure how you get into Gorton. I've never been there, I don't think. But it is accessible for spectators, apparently. And the first rider arrives at 11:20. Then they move over to sections that are not accessible, so they kind of disappear off the radar for a while. And it's Group H, 2 sections at Corrie Buick, I think it is, 11:50, the first rider's there. Then 2 subs at Group I, which is Dunnan, and that's 12:30 when the first rider arrives. And then over to Group J at Carrower, on the Carrower estate, 2 sections there, first rider there at 1 o'clock. And then up to the big one of the day, a 6-section Group K at Ferzit, which is the small hamlet on the road to Lagan, up past Speenbridge, Roybridge, that sort of direction. First rider there at 1:30. It's quite a long walk to the sections at Ferme, so get up there early. There's a fair bit of parking up there normally, so it's quite good. There's a big parking area, and then there's some parking in the field opposite, but obviously keep the road clear because the riders come down there. I'm not sure where the time check is nowadays. I'm not sure if they do it before they cross the railway or not, so just be careful there and have an enjoyable afternoon. So my tip for the day would be get down to Chairlift or Bauhaus this morning and then double back on the main road, back up through Glencoe, out through Fort William, up to Speenbridge, Roybridge, up to Ferset, take a right, go down there and park up early before the bikes come to enjoy the afternoon spectacles at the Scottish 6 Days Trial 2023.
Yeah, well, it does look a long route looking at that one. It seems longer than normal, but I guess it's just the way the terrain is and stuff.
No, it's probably about right for that route. It wasn't always on the Friday, of course. They've kind of swapped yesterday where we were out on the Moidart Peninsula. That used to be the Friday route, and I can't remember. I think possibly today's route used to be the old Thursday, whatever. But of course now it's all changed. They wanted to do this in 2020, but it didn't happen because of COVID. And they've come up to date now with the improvements that they had planned back then. So the Scottish 6 Days is bang up to date. I was asked this morning what I thought of the routes so far this year, and from probably a rider point of view, it's been quite hard because they're not used to these different places. They're not au fait with them, so everybody's got to keep pushing on so that they ensure they've got enough time to get around. Spectator, yeah, it would have been handier to have a bit more information in the programme to tell people where to go, suggestions. That's always very handy. Yeah, got to take my hat off and say, yeah, grid references are a nice touch, but totally useless. I don't know anybody that actually reads grid reference now, unless you're into mountain rescue or you're an experienced hill walker who uses detailed maps. I think people now use what 3 words if they're au fait with mobile phones, but there's nothing better than a page or two just to say, day one, here's what we think is a good spectator plan, and a little plan so that people can say, oh right, okay, that section and this section are accessible, ignore the rest because they're too far out of the way and they're on private ground. And that's what we rely on here at the Scottish 6 Days, is permission from all the landowners. So if the landowner says he doesn't want spectators following round, then the trial won't encourage it. So yeah, a bit more detail would be handy for spectators because there's not a lot of information to go on. And yes, I do agree that grid references some years ago was absolutely essential. Great things for mountain rescue people and the professionals, but Joe Blogg's just coming up to watch the Scottish grid reference means nothing to him. I can't read a map with grid references either, so there we have it. It's just not a criticism, but just maybe something for next year to take into account.
Well, I know you can put grid references into your sat navs and things like that, so maybe that's what it's there for.
Maybe. I'm not au fait with these. I just press buttons on cars now and it sort of finds the road for me, but they're not going to know where the sections are they?
You push buttons on your social media too, I know you do. I'm looking at a bike here, 233.
They're from Germany, I think.
Are they? Okay.
Yeah.
And we're talking about this red line through the number.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Which is on here, so that means
they're riding for no award. They've actually retired for some reason from the event, and the little red stripe through the number plate indicates that they are riding under a no award situation. So they're entitled to do the whole course, but when it comes to a queue, they take second place because they let riders through in front of them that are pushing on to try and win something. So rather than in the old days when you used to be excluded from the trial for whatever misdemeanour or your bike broke down, nowadays you can get your bike rebuilt or restarted or maintained, repaired, and keep going and get the value out of your £650 that it cost you to get here in the first place.
Well, that's it, isn't it? And we're looking at the air filter now, which is obviously under the seat. What's the airflow? Does it sort of go through the bike, through the engine?
Yeah, no, there's little inlet passages that go into the airbox, and then that feeds the motor with the air that's necessary to mix it with the fuel. So you've got fuel air mixture into the motorcycle through. In this case, it's not a fuel injected motorcycle; it's a carburetor one, I think. And obviously that goes into the cylinder barrel. The spark ignites it. You get the explosion, and that gives you the power.
On that subject, John, I've seen stuff in the past of bikes going through water that sometimes gets quite high.
Yeah.
Do they have to do any modifications to keep things like the air filter and all that dry, or how does it work?
Not so much modifications nowadays. The air filters are built onto the bike at a reasonably high level. They're not low down. So the idea is to get the air filter as high as possible so that you can actually wade through deep water. Obviously, your spark plug is about level with the airbox now on these bikes. They have experimented in the past and actually developed where the air filter is right up on the steering head part of the bike to keep it as high as possible, but then that means you've got to relocate the fuel cell or the fuel tank to a lower level, and that can sometimes cause problems with non-fuel injected bikes where you've got to have a fuel pump deployed on the motorcycle. So basically it's just to keep things as dry and out the water as high as you can. But that's why you sometimes find bikes that have drowned where they're turned upside down, the air filter's opened up to let the water get out, and then they turn them straight up on their tail, you know, up on the back wheel to let the water come out the exhaust. But if you look at it, if you look at the bike that's in shot just now, you had it actually planned originally, you're on the wrong one. If you go back to the 233 bike, yep, you'll see that the exhaust exits right up high at the back mudguard, and the reason for that is that the exhaust outlet isn't underwater. So they try to keep the air filter box and the exhaust outlet as high as possible on the machine so that it can still keep going when the bike is almost submerged. I'm just checking to see it as a... I can't honestly remember if TRRS bikes are fuel injected or carburetor. I think they're carburetor, but I've not got one, so I'm not quite sure. And these ones are all... Yes, it's carburetor. Definitely a carburetor machine. So that's a fairly sort of standard setup, whereas a few of the bikes now, the Monteza 4RT and the Vertigo are now onto fuel injection systems. So they're a little bit different.
There you go. Lots of stuff happening. It's quite busy around there. You can probably see it picking up on the video feed we got. I mean, I love this sort of time of the morning when people are just getting fettly and sorting stuff out. I was watching a guy put a chain on, because are they quite easy to put on? It's just one of those
chains.
Yeah, like
they just got
like a figure of 8 clip.
Yeah, you got a spring clip that comes with a chain. They're not continuous chains. That would be very difficult to replace. And actually, when they take the rear wheel off, what you do is you slacken off the rear axle, shove the wheel in the swinging arm as far as it'll go, and then carefully unhook it, reversing the wheel backwards, unhook the top of your chain, and then it comes off the sprocket. Just let it hang on the swinging arm, and then you can take your wheel out, and then just reverse that process to refit it, hook the chain on, and then just check that it's when you're actually putting it back in, put the axle back in, there's a snail cam adjuster adjusts the position of the wheel so you get the tension on the chain. And the sort of rule of thumb is you put your thumb between the chain tension and the swinging arm. If you get your thumb in there when everything's all tightened up, that just makes sure that the tension is just right, because there is a tensioner on the rear drive chain. And another trick is that you get an Allen key, put that in between the sprocket and the chain, and that holds everything tight while you tighten up the nut on the rear axle.
Very good. I'm just turning around onto Rider 238, who's actually just done a complete wheel change at the moment.
Yeah,
and it seems
using
quite
a
a
new
simple and
tyre.
quick procedure.
Sorry?
It's quite a simple and quick procedure, isn't it?
It is on these machines. They're quite easy to maintain. That's the whole idea of it, is that you can get working on your bike and get things changed. I mean, for example, my son came in last night with about 8 minutes to spare, and he was able to take his rear wheel out, put in a slave rear wheel for this morning, so that he comes in with his original wheel with a brand new tyre fitted, and he'll be putting that into the bike when he comes into the working area in the next wee while. And it's quite a simple operation nowadays, where with tubeless tyres we're able to change wheels freely. They're not marked in any way, and as you can see from the rider, 239 I think it is, I can't read it from here, but 238, sorry, and a beta is just changing it over. I think it's Jamie Bingley, I think it is anyway.
And
so
this is the cam you're talking about. It's a big nut which is on off-centre, isn't it? That'd be the best way of explaining it?
Yeah, it's a cam, it's a snail cam, as we call it, and that just arranges the tension on the chain by moving the position of the rear wheel relative to the swinging arm.
There you go. I know we've been chatting about this gig coming up on Bank Holiday Monday and Cafe Morrisai.
Sorry, I was just speaking to David Cedric. Yes, before we do that, I've got a question here. How many miles would a rider cover during the week?
I just asked the same question about 10 minutes ago.
Did you?
I don't think they give the mileage now, to be fair. It's normally... it's round about 600 miles. It used to be 1,000, close to 1,000 some years ago, because of the run up and down from Fort William to Edinburgh kept the mileage a bit higher. But the mileage is reduced over the years, but it's still a hefty mileage. It's between, I think it's safe to say between 500 and 600 miles these bikes will do during the week.
There you go. So we're going to say, as a competition question, we couldn't work out exactly what it was going to be. So
well, we didn't have an accurate figure, you see, because we couldn't count up anything. There's nothing in the programme to say, I think, the intermediate mileage or anything. They used to have that in the old programmes back in the day. They used to, it actually showed you the distance between section groups. But now it's not actually put on the programme, because routes can change. As we've had a few route changes this week anyway, from original information we got to even the programme, and even from the programme to the actual trial itself.
So, sorry, John, I missed the fact you asked that earlier on. I've obviously been writing stuff down. I do have people entering for today's competition as well, so if you want to recap that question, we can go through those numbers as well.
Yeah, okay. The question was, what year did the Edinburgh District Motor Club commence the SSDT? Was it A, 1911, was it B, 1909, or was it C, 1923? That's the thing. Now, we've actually got in the Parc Ferme this morning in to see us the clerk of the course, David Dignan, who has appeared with a microphone, so I'm presuming that he's going to have a chat with us about something or announce something. David, good morning. There we are. Good morning.
Yes, good morning to you.
You've come in to see us this morning, so presumably you've got something important to say.
I've got nothing important. No, just a wee message on today. That was all, really. We're heading into Kinlochleven,
right?
Up over into Lundravar. Again, to the riders are up through past the school.
Yeah.
We had a small incident the other day with the children crossing the road into their school, and riders maybe just not respecting the crossing. So please, again, between the sort of hours between 8:30, 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
Please, be aware of this. And then we move into Kinlochleven. We're up Corrymohere and to Corryodare into Group D.
Yeah.
We're putting out instructions this morning to each rider to please stick to the flagged route. We're running alongside the West Highland Way over into Alnafay.
Yeah.
So, I was up there yesterday. It was really busy.
Right.
Okay, so...
This is walkers on the West Highland Way. They come up from Glasgow to Fort William. Yep.
They come from... I was standing talking to an old couple from Canada yesterday,
right.
So it was like... maybe saying Glasgow, the Sauchiehall Street up there yesterday was rather busy.
That busy. Yeah,
yes,
right. With you, David.
Exactly. So, like I said at our briefing, we run alongside paths. We're not on the paths. So again, anybody caught... on the path will be excluded.
Right.
So please, riders, message. We've put our message out onto the Sportity sort of media side of it, the app that we use. So yeah.
Yeah. Is that app only available to competitors, yeah?
No.
Is it
No,
not?
you can download it. It's Sportetti, and then the password is SSDT23.
Right, okay.
So that gives all the information of the day. It gives the back markers, front markers, route mark, all that type of thing.
Right.
Running time.
So you can get this on your smartphone?
On your smartphone, you go.
Right.
I'm sounding very educated on this. It's,
I've just found a new reason to have a smartphone then in that case.
No, I don't have a smartphone.
I thought it was only available to the riders, so yeah, that's good then. That's brilliant.
You go into the app shop, and download it.
Download it, yeah.
It's really good, and it's just a quick and easy way for us to communicate.
So
to
you've
the
got to
riders.
watch out for walkers in the West Highland Way, keep off the West Highland Way, and obviously follow the flags, don't deviate from the route. Be careful up at Lundavra Road, which is just out of Fort William, going up out towards Blarmafulchuk, because there is a school there, and obviously they come and go, so just be careful there if you're a rider. It's not a place you would send spectators to, is it, up that way? No. So you wouldn't be making there. You'd be making for probably Corrie Moher, is it?
Corrie Moher this morning
is the one to look out for, which is up the Dam Road.
Yep.
Past. Don't go to Pipeline. Keep going up the hill, and I think it's off to the left.
You kind of keep to the right when you go up on up on, rather than going left to the Pipeline.
Yes, keep going up past Pipeline, but once you get to Corrie Moher, do you drop off the left to the road to get to that section?
Sorry, beg your pardon.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
And then the other spectator sections we thought today would be to nip down to Chairlift or Bar House. That would be the ones to look at down there.
Chairlift, Bar House, Gorton. Gorton's a small bit out. We'll be walking.
Yeah.
As I say, which is really well worth walking into.
Yeah.
I've got to say. So yeah, no, these are the sort of 3 morning to lunchtime groups.
Lunch check, is it accessible or is it out the way now?
Normal one.
Is it the normal one?
Yep.
Yeah, just opposite Achalada.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, we know that one.
In there, that's good.
And in the afternoon, of course, Ferset.
Yeah.
That's the place to be.
So we've got 6 at Ferset today, 6 singles in there. We should have the top step at the end,
right?
Which is, should be will be the harder section of the group.
Set aside an hour from the car park to walk up to the sections. Would that be feasible? An hour?
I would probably give yourself yes, exactly. Depending.
If it
on
was
your
me,
fitness.
an hour. You'd do it in 3/4, of course, being a younger man.
Well, but yeah, no. I mean, first it is what it is, and so there's a good group. And their time control will just be down the bottom as kind of normal.
Okay.
And then we've got through the George as far, the George Nairn in there.
Yeah, so, that's great. Okay.
I mean, today is a back at slightly traditional day, other than the little loop over to Maltnafe.
Yeah.
From there.
Sounds good to me, David. So that's brilliant. Thanks very much. I think John's winding us up, I think, are you?
Yeah, we're getting close to coming up to the news now, so I know we need to play a tune and get some messages in. But David, thanks for using us for your information.
Okay.
Thank you. We'll keep in touch. Okay.
Yeah, thanks very much indeed, David, for popping in this morning. I know you're very busy, so we really appreciate it here at Nevis Radio.
Appreciate it as well. Okay,
thank you.
Thank you.
So there you go, Si. I'm going to hand over to you now.
Right, back after news at 8.
Gallery in the world, time has come to.
From lodges by the river, barges on the canal, or even a luxury castle, they all share the common theme of being surrounded by stunning views and incredible scenery here in Lochaber. Rest assured, we are doing everything we can to keep you safe during your stay. We can't wait to welcome you.
the tyre is such an important part of your bike. It's the only part which touches the ground. And when you get that perfect combination, it's hard to beat. The Michelin tyres have been perfect for me. I've been running the DH22 on the front and the DH34 on the back, and it's a really good combination between grip and rolling speed. It's hard to find a tyre which has both the grip and the durability and not wear out. It means less tyre changing, less putting air in your tyres, less putting tyre sealant in your tyres, and it's just easier for me as a professional. It just does what I want it to do. It's not doing anything funny, and they've been durable. I've ridden them on some really rough terrain and I haven't had any punctures yet, but to last long as well, it's ideal really.
Our mountains, glens and waterways are some of the best in Scotland, if not the world. Breathtaking views and awe-inspiring landscape, adventures for us all. Come and explore our water and mountains. It will make you feel alive.
You woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so maybe you do be cool and look smarter. The world time has come to.
From lodges by the river, barges on the canal.
Day 5 of the Scottish 6-day trial.
I don't know what cameras are on, I don't know where we are. It is day 5, I'm just going to squat here at the moment. John's chatting to John Humes. We've got the 3 Johns back in the outside broadcast studio. It's great to be with you. It is day 5. It's just gone 2 minutes past 8. Wherever you are in the world, it's great to be there. A very good morning or good afternoon. I don't know how much big the time differences are. I know, was it the Bahamas was about 5 hours behind us?
Something like that. It's usually about 5 o'clock in Australia and New Zealand time, I think. So good evening to anyone out there listening or watching.
Yeah, hope you had a good day and have a good, pleasant evening. It gets very confusing.
Indeed. Now, you asked me a question before the news. So that was Callum McPhail. If you want to check him out, tickets available from Man Cafe Mara for free today from 11 o'clock, I believe.
There you go.
And we'll have a pair to give away tomorrow.
And so they're raising funds for the local community council, I believe.
Yeah, helps the local community council do things and get things organised.
Yeah, because it's not an easy job, and I say we're just talking about volunteering here and that, and it's one of those things that say you do stuff, people don't really know what you're doing. If you don't do it, they say, why is it not being done?
Yeah, pretty much.
Basics. How are we doing with the messages? How are we doing the competition back there?
I'm just collating some stuff. I've got quite a few people entering on the old WhatsApp, which is good.
Yeah.
I've got Sandra on the email. She's got an answer in as well. So a few people getting it right, a few people getting it wrong as well.
It's a tricky one. The years have been set deliberately because they do. They are significant years for other things.
Okay.
So the actual year we're after is on there, but the other years actually could be misconstrued. So the actual proper answer, if you look in the 6-day trial brochure, magazine, whatever it's called, handbook.
Programme.
It's in their programme that do. What year did the Edinburgh and District Motor Club commence the SSDT, Scottish 6 Days Trial? What year did the Edinburgh and District Motor Club commence the Scottish 6 Days Trial? Was it A, 1911, B, 1909, or C, 1923? And up for grabs, we have got a Pico Brolly, who are one of our sponsors this year again. It's great to have them on board. I'm not going to take it out because it's nicely wrapped up. We'll also find some merchandise. We've got pens, we've got stickers, key rings, that sort of stuff. And we make a little goodie parcel together.
Sounds good.
So a nice one there. And tomorrow we've got a competition as well.
Indeed, yeah. Plenty
Which
to give away. We like giving away things.
It is indeed. And so you've been taking part. We're not going to post this overseas, so just bear that in mind.
No, we tried posting it probably last year and that disappeared into
so
the
you
void.
pick it up from our studios, the other end of Fort William, or you can come down to Parc Ferme, pick it up today or tomorrow. Once we finish the competition, that'd be really good.
Yep.
Or we know somebody down here can take it for you. So that's what's happening. We will have a look at the results very, very short. We haven't got the results yet because I think there's been a bit of a discrepancy. They're trying to sort that out at the moment. They're talking to observers from yesterday.
Okay.
So we haven't really discussed that. I don't know if I can ask Mr. Moffat. Well, I'm just talking. We just asked why we've got no results. Has there been a bit of discrepancy, or?
There's an amendment to be made.
Okay.
So we haven't been supplied with results this morning. I know that they are online somewhere. Oh yeah, I have noticed that when you go into this Sportity app, that gives you running times as well, you know, so the riders can see the running times. I wasn't aware of that. It's not. I actually thought it was a rider-only facility, but apparently it is a downloadable app and is available to everybody that's interested in the Scottish 6 Days Trial.
Mr. John Hume, one of our main sponsors, is standing next to you.
He is indeed.
It's always great to meet him.
He's just arrived, so we'll prep up a microphone for him.
And John's been with us many years, helping us sort of provide this outside broadcast, which we're very, very grateful to as well.
I think that's on.
Are we working?
Oh yes, we're working.
You're on air, you're live, love.
We're here now. So good morning, John Hume of Trial Magazine, Classic Trial Magazine. Obviously covering the pre-65 at the beginning of, last week I should say, and obviously now the Scottish 6 Days Trial this week. How's things been going for you, John?
I had a super day yesterday. Thanks to Mickey Oaks Motorcycles and Honda Off-Road UK, I had the loan of a Montesa 4-ride. So I did a full lap yesterday. Not all the moors, mainly on the tracks, and it just made me realise why this trial continues to be the best trial in the world.
Right.
The weather was good. And the variety in the sections, it was good to get round. The sections all looked good. Really enjoyed it. Saw some super riding. WD's for me, Willie Dallin obviously found that section. WD's is one of them places I always like going to, and it's a strange section because it's set off easier earlier on, then went hard, then went harder, went a little easier again. And it was funny because Millie Duval's boyfriend, Sam, he cleaned the section, followed by Matthew McDonald, two really good club riders.
Yeah.
And then under pressure, Jack Peace cleaned it, and then Billy Green was absolutely spectacular. Dan Peace rode it before Jack, and he struggled up it and got offline. But what was good is Jack and Billy Green absolutely levelled it. Proper controlled professional rides. So yeah, I had a super day yesterday. I'd like to thank David Dignam, clerk of the course, for allowing me to go out on the bike. The Army for fueling us. Sandy Max boys, always have a good banter with them. So yeah, super day. Still loving the Scottish 6 Days Trial.
What's not to like, as they say?
I just think, for me, it's like I've just been talking to Keith Blythe.
Oh yes,
yeah,
from the Ripon Motor Club.
Yeah, he's been up, he says that he reckons about 40 years. And it's like, when you look round people like him, I saw Fred Savage. I didn't realise Fred had come up as an observer first. And he observed, I think, from 1979, if Fred's listening, for about the next 10 years before he decided to ride.
That's correct, he did. He was an observer before a rider.
Yeah, he was. And then it's like he's come back up here and observes and officiates every year. And it's good when you look around the car park. So many volunteers getting involved, people like yourself, Nevis Radio. So yeah, I still loving Scotland, really.
It's funny you should mention that, because that was one of the prerequisites of riding the Scottish 6 days myself. I only managed to do it once. I couldn't afford to come back the next year.
Do you want to do it? I'll pay for you next year. I'll sponsor you next year.
Thanks.
Full factory supported ride.
I'll pass on that.
Are you sure?
No, 1977 did it, but the year before my dad insisted that I applied to be an observer in 76.
Okay.
So in 76 I observed at the Scottish. Not just observed, it was actually
Just
Jimmy Reid and
officiating,
I.
like,
Yeah,
yeah.
Well, we actually backmarked for a day, the road run day, which I think at that time was maybe the Thursday. But I was in a team under the late Dr. Hugh Davidson, who was an experienced observer. He was the head of the team, team leader for us, and we observed at Switchback and various other places. And then they said to Jimmy Reid and I, do you fancy a bit of back marking? And we thought, well, that sounds a good idea.
Marvellous, good.
Oh, it's quite an okay day because most of it's on the road.
Yeah.
So we did that, and that was the year that David Hook was on a 348 Montesa, and the Woodruff key sheared, and it went backwards.
Throttle stuck wider. I knew his dad.
Right, yeah.
Eric Hook, Captain
That's
Hook.
right.
And David, lovely people.
We had to make a note as to where he was, and then his dad at that time had a big white Citroen.
Yes, he did,
with
yeah.
a bike rack, and we actually passed him going the other way, going to pick David up at the old Devil's Staircase. That's where he
Right,
broke
yeah.
down. And we had a good day, and apparently we were commended because we got into the Parc Ferme here something like 4 minutes after the last rider, we were in behind him. Yeah, we'd actually, unbeknown to Jimmy and I, we'd tailed the last rider, who was just like 4 minutes
Not an easy job,
ahead.
that.
Not an easy job, but it was really enjoyable. And you know, Jimmy and I were in each other's company coming up, and then we did the back marking, and well, known each other ever since then. So that's how it started. So observing first, then riding, certainly gave you an insight as to what you expected the following year.
I would say to anybody, if you are interested in doing the Scottish 6 Days trial and you're not old enough to ride, or you want some experience, contact the club.
Yeah.
The Edinburgh District Motorcycle Club, they're always looking for volunteers to get involved in this trial. You'll be well looked after if you come up. I came up in 1977 to have a look before a road, and a lot of riders come up virgin to the Scottish 6 Days trial, and I don't think they realise what they're taking on.
Yeah.
And it's like coming down the side of Loch Shield yesterday. Everybody yesterday, I thought were really good, observing the speed limits and just listening to what the club have told them. The future of the trial relies on everybody, spectators, riders, observing the rules and just generally being good about everything.
Yeah.
And there was a few yesterday who I saw thinking they're going to struggle today, but I noticed the 263 riders still going out to 288.
It's around about
something
that, yeah,
like
I think,
that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's people ask why the Scottish 6 Days trial survives, and you only have to look round year on year why it survives. People love it, they come back, families come up. So yeah, really good. Today I'm going to go up to Chairlift.
Right.
And have a look up there. I like Chairlift for the reason it's very iconic for me, and the fact that it shows the extremity of the trial, the backdrop on it and everything. How long have the sections been used there at Chairlift?
Chairlift, I think began. They didn't use it the year I rode. They used something else. I think it must have been
75.
Something like that.
Something like that.
Yeah, because it's the White Corries ski centre down there. I do remember going through Glencoe a couple of times in the Scottish, but actually, if you remember back around there, they went all the way down to Killin and used Edgemucky in 77, which actually in 77 was the driest day of the week because it rained all week almost. But riding down the road there, it was actually sunny that day. And I remember going through Glencoe and everything, and it was
marvellous.
Yeah, and
brilliant.
I was following the late Ulf Carlson.
Okay, yeah.
And talking about the Scottish,
yeah.
When you're riding the Scottish and you're in beside a top rider, it actually brings you on.
It inspires you without any shadow of a doubt.
Yeah, and you watch where he goes and you think, right, he's made it that way, right, I'm going to give that a go. And I remember very clearly the top subsection of Edgemucky was an off-camber big rock slab, you know, basically bedrock. And it was quite tricky because, you know, you're riding across something that was at sort of 35
Trying to keep
degrees.
your balance and maintain your grip level.
And I actually managed to clean it. And when I got out the section, there was a funny noise.
Are you
got up,
sure,
and I
John?
thought,
Are you sure you cleaned it?
I looked down at my bike and I thought, there's something wrong here. And I turned round and it was the folk clapping.
Were they?
And I'd never been clapped before. So
Were you autographed after anything?
No,
like that?
nothing as dramatic as that. But I always remember cleaning it and the noise behind with the clap of the people, because I must have made a good ride. But the reason I did it was I'd stood and watched Ulf Carlson walking it,
checked out his line,
and then I watched him riding it because he was only a few numbers in front, and off he went. And I thought, right, grabbed the bike, rode up it, and to my astonishment managed to get a clean there. Not at the bottom bit, that was the harder bit, I reckon.
On about chairlift, in 1978 or 78, I think, maybe 79, is when they first used bar house.
Oh, yeah.
And I was with John Reynolds, really good friend. John rode around with him a few times up here, and he was good at looking after people as well, pulling me up sections.
Yeah.
But we got to bar house with all this white rocks. You needed sunglasses, and John looked at me and said, I said, are these normal Scottish sections? He says, these are a little bit harder than usual. And it was just a mass of white boulders with the markers up them.
Yeah.
And we were at the front of the entry. I spotted up them. John pulled me up a few. And then I watched John do it. And he's very, very inspiring, like you say, to watch a top rider.
Just to watch them, yeah. Absolutely agree. So you're out in the 4 ride today?
No, I'm in my van today.
You're in the van today, yeah, because you need to come back.
I've actually sent Neil Sturgeon up to Slewback.
All right.
Neil's never experienced the Mamore Road, so I've just told him to put plenty of kit on.
Yeah.
Is Mamore Road about 1,000 feet above sea level?
It's quite a high road. I mean, it used to be the road to Kinlochleven, and it was a proper
I don't remember that,
highway.
John.
No,
you remember it, I don't.
Well, I've seen pictures of it, and with cars on it, and it used to be, you know, a car transport, a horse and cart before that. But of course, a lot of these roads have all changed. The one that we went round yesterday, round by Piper's Burn, only opened in 1966.
Really?
It's as young as that.
Has it all been scorched, John? Is that me who's...
It looks like fire. It's a wildfire.
Has it?
And it did actually jump the road.
Really?
Which is what you get in wildfires.
Yeah.
The fire can actually, the fire front can actually jump. And the Piper's Burn, where you're at Piper's Burn, if you remember, it's sort of split in two by a path.
Yeah, it is.
Well, that, when my dad was riding the Scottish, the road all the way from Lochilert, all the way to Devil's Staircase on a path.
On a path.
Because when I came down, it would be around about 75, I was talking in the car when we were going to watch them at the staircase. My dad said, you do realise that this road's only 9-year-old or 10-year-old? I went, what do you mean? He says, well, this road wasn't here when I rode the 6 days. I said, you're joking? I says, no. He says, it was all grafted through the Kilnewig. He said, before
masterpiece
that,
of engineering, really.
Well, there was a road, but it wasn't a road. It was basically slabstones. And of course, locally at the Devil's Staircase, it's known as the Coffin Road, because that was the road they took the coffins out with dead bodies to bury them in the burial grounds. And it was actually known locally there as the Coffin Road.
Well, I laughed because... Not been rude to anybody. I noticed Harry Hemingway went round clean on Wednesday.
Yeah.
And yesterday I watched him again, and was his best performance on one yesterday?
I think so, but I haven't seen.
No, I've not seen official results.
Yeah.
I noticed Dougie Lampkin's not leading now. He's a few marks behind.
Right.
Only a handful.
Who's leading?
Jack Peace, followed by Billy Green.
All right. Okay.
I think they're both on 6.
Okay.
And then Dougie's on 9 with Michael Brown, leaving all to play for.
Interesting.
So, yeah, it should be quite good.
However, don't write off Dougie just yet.
Well, with Dougie Lampkin, the only time he's beaten is when that flag drops at the end, and if he's not stopped at the top step of that podium, he won't be happy.
He won't be a happy man.
He
doesn't play to come second, you know.
No, Dougie Lampkin. Anybody who ever thinks Dougie Lampkin's playing at it, forget it.
Forget that. Yeah.
I always say that if Dougie had been anything in sport, the mindset, he would have won.
Yeah.
No doubt he'll be fitting some new Michelin tyres this morning.
I would say so.
Hoping to go for a good ride again today. So let's see what happens. We've still got all day today. We've got tomorrow. It'll be played out on Ben Nevis, maybe. Some difficult sections at the end.
There's always a chance that happens.
Yeah.
We're going to discuss Michelin tyres in a wee while because we've got one behind us here.
Yeah.
And quite a few riders, as we can see as we're looking the camera around about the paddock today, there are quite a few riders have got a new tyre on the back. In fact, the ones that are ready to start, they've all got new tyres.
Yeah, they've all got new tyres on.
So there we have it.
Well, it's good to see. Just before I go, I'd like to thank Edinburgh District Motorcycle Club once again for putting on this fantastic event. Nevis Radio on the team, John Moffat, Michelin, Pico Factory Racing. Motrex Oils give us some giveaways. When I walk out of here, I'm going to go and get a new Motrex umbrella. And the first person who comes up to me and said, Motrex Oils, gets a new umbrella off John Hume.
Now, there's a challenge.
All right, we'll speak to you later on.
Super.
Thanks, John.
John Hume of Trial Magazine, thank you very much indeed. And we'll hopefully see you later on this week, but perhaps, depends what happens. So, John Weller.
John Moffat, John Hume. I'm John Weller. How are you doing back there? It is 18 and a half minutes past 8. It's great to be with you on this day 5 of the 6-day trial, which means we're almost there. Tomorrow's the 6th day. We'll be here right through into the very last rider, Lee's Parc Ferme.
Correct.
Which, what, 12:30, 1 o'clock?
Round about something like that, yeah.
Which will be pretty cool. I know we've got a tune lined up there for our technical guy in the Thistle Access trailer.
Oh, we're doing that now?
Well, I think that was the general idea. I'm just going to move the camera very slightly. I know we're live on this one. Bear with.
It's all right. I'm going to find this piece of music because I didn't realise we were doing that just now. So while you're doing that, I'm going to do some tapping. And,
you do tappy. I'm just looking at quite a big ship coming on. I didn't think we've got any cruise ships in today, but it looks like there might be one arriving.
Oh, yeah.
Is that
so
like the other lock? I'm not sure. That looks bigger to go. It's not the Princess, is it?
No, that's one that's visiting by the looks of things.
Yeah, it looks like it, but I'm not sure there's a welcome committee down or what. But yeah, just saw it coming up. That's obviously come through the Coral Narrows early this morning. And making a full head of steam coming up the lock.
Well, we know the people. Maybe we should contact them and see if they can give us a toot.
Toot on the horn?
Yeah.
Sarah, are you listening? She might be.
She might be.
In the car waiting, but we'll see what we can do.
Yeah, okay. Right, do you want to do some weather and then we could do this tune?
I need to relocate because I'm at the camera at the moment.
Oh, okay.
So well, if we want to do the tune, come back, we do the weather, then we go. We must have local. Now, listen, why don't you? Can you do the weather with the local news? Would that work? I'll tell you, you do the local news. I'll do the weather, then we'll do the jingle out. How's that?
Well, I'm 10 minutes early for news just now. You see?
Okay, right. I'll tell you what. I'll move that there. Right.
Nothing like some live production meeting.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? I'm on my own here. You don't realise. You don't know what it's like, darling. Sorry. Right, I'm back. Hold on. The camera for the weather's wrong. Oh my goodness. I'll tell you, don't worry bringing the camera onto me. Just leave it there. Right, weather.
Right, okay.
Today's weather on Nevis Radio, brought to you by Thistle Access.
The northeast is going to be cloudy this morning. Elsewhere, mostly dry and bright with some warm sunshine across the west coast and parts of the West Highlands. Cloudier in the afternoon with a few showers are possible. Maximum high 16 degrees centigrade, 61 Fahrenheit. Tonight, northeast staying murky with patchy drizzle and fresh southeast winds. Otherwise, mainly dry and with some possible scattered showers. How does that work? Clear spells for the second half of the night. A minimum overnight low, 6 degrees centigrade, 43 Fahrenheit.
That was today's weather on Nevis Radio, brought to you by Thistle Access.
For the players.
You will never be stuck for things to do and places to see throughout Lochaber. Experience the abundance of history, immerse yourself in a movie scene, walk within our great outdoors and see our wildlife running free. Rain or shine, there is always something to do. Get out and enjoy all the incredible things we have to offer right here in Lochaber.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many things do be cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
From lodges by the river, barges on the canal, or even a luxury castle, they all share the common theme of being surrounded by stunning views and incredible scenery here in Lochaber. Rest assured, we are doing everything we can to keep you safe during your stay. We can't wait to welcome you.
Day 5 of the Scottish 6-day trial.
Down at Parc Ferme, 24.5 minutes past 8, currently just gone above 11 degrees centigrade. And Chris Millard asked for that tune. Chris, what's the story behind that one?
Yeah, thank you. I was actually down in Glasgow probably about 3 weeks ago, and my family and I were all in a department store. My son and I just sit and listen to the music while we were waiting for my wife and daughter to finish what they were doing, and that song came on the radio, and I used one of these mobile phone apps to try and identify the tune because I'd never heard it before. And yeah, I managed to find out who it was from, find the artist on Facebook and get in touch and ask if we could just include it in the show. And she was over the moon to get it included.
And who is she?
Her name is Violet, V-I-0-L-E-T.
Oh, one of those ones. They're great for when you're trying to pronounce it on the radio, because people, how do you say that?
Well, I'm just going to pronounce it Violet because that's what it looks like. But yeah, fantastic. I love that song.
Really good indeed. The ship coming in is the Otto Sevenrup, which was in a couple of weeks ago, and it's a new captain today, part of the Herzenbergen line, and they sort of go out to the Alaska and do those sort of things, looking at the Northern Lights and seals and all that sort of bits and pieces. It is an exhibition class ship.
That's the group that Joanna Lumley does the voiceover on the television, isn't it?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I do not know. I've just moved out my seat. I'm just coming around. We've got about 3-4 minutes before we do the local news, but I know you're live on this, but we're coming around, and this is what we're looking out onto at the moment.
Yeah, we've got the cruise ship just coming in there up Loch Linnhe. Rather large
Very
ship.
graceful.
Very much so.
Hurtigruten, I just love saying that.
Hurtigruten.
A couple of folk, I'm assuming the locals have kind of picked up that it's going to get pretty busy down there, because obviously the tenders that come off that ship end up meeting in the West End car park, aka this week's Parc Ferme.
That's right. They come up the pontoon the new pontoon that's actually just adjacent to the top side of the entrance of the West End car park, which leads into the paddock. But of course, vehicles are restricted this week anyway, so it shouldn't be too bad for the cruise passengers to disembark and come into the town. I don't think it'll be too much of a bother. Obviously, they've got to cross over the dual carriageway to get into the town itself, but there's not a lot of activity at the entrance to the car park because there's not the same flow of traffic that you would find on a business day here in Fort William. It's actually quieter up there because it's partly cordoned off. There's only one way in and out. You know, there's not like the inside and outside, if you know what I mean.
I don't know where the cruise buses. I think you're right. They're not about a good half a dozen tour buses out there, aren't there?
Well, this is it. Quite often they bring tour buses in and do different excursions.
Mini buses and everything else like that. Even taxis, because some of the passengers arrange taxis to do their own excursions. It's
yeah.
It's
well,
all
they won't get
class.
picked up in the car park because
I wonder what they're
security
doing.
won't let them in. So maybe in the town they've maybe got someone else arranged, knowing that the 6 days is here this week.
It's more the age of the passengers, because it's more of a senior cruise, would be the polite way of putting it.
Oh, I see.
So that's why they sort of don't normally walk too far.
Yeah.
But so I know it's an exhibition type ship. They're actually gorgeous on board. Not in sort of nightclub, family type cruises.
Yeah.
And I think the average age, the captain said it's about 63.
Oh, there you go then.
So
you were talking about tyres earlier on and punctures. I was explaining what was in a toolkit. Oh, sorry, the haversacks of the rider. I've actually got a wheel here now which actually has a repair done to it.
Can we come back to that?
Yeah, we can. I've just brought one in for you.
Yeah, no, sorry there, thank you. No, we'll talk about that very shortly. We're just going to run out of time. How long do we need to talk for, Si?
About a minute. Sorry, I'm just prepping things up here, so.
We'll do a refresh of the question who came for this, a Pico umbrella and goodies.
Yeah. What year did the Edinburgh District Motor Club commence the Scottish 6 Days Open Reliability Trial? The answer is in the programme, and the prize is for an Pico factory racing umbrella. Very nice.
I'll stick out your nose, look,
answer A, 1911, answer B, 1909, or answer C, 1923, and that's for this lovely umbrella which is being waved about and battering me on the head.
There you go. See, I wouldn't condone any of that, but why not when you can do it in virtual reality? Because because this is the real life. Is this the real thing? No, maybe not.
That's just reality.
We've got a cup of tea which has been brought in for us very nicely, thank you, from our companions who have lost their whole gazebo and everything else they had next door to
Yeah,
us.
Suzanne Midgley, who now lives in France, although she's originally from Yorkshire.
Ah, exactly. So they're in a naked area, shall we say. Nothing around them. It is the way it works. And also need to thank our friends at Gallery in the Fort, Gillian and Gwen there. We've got some merchandise there. You want to get an exclusive mug? The only place you can get them is there. Very nice indeed. We've got coasters. Very nice quality. And we've also got key rings. So already come gift bag. Can't really get a good picture of that because of the light on it. Maybe that way work. Maybe better. There you go. So thank you very much to them. And we've got bags as well, tote bags. So you go in there. You'll be supporting us and keeping the business local because this is all produced in Scotland. And as I said, was it listen local and shop local is the new slogan. It's all on quiet back there now, isn't it?
Sorry, I was just picking up some stuff that was being dropped off here for something else.
Okay, fair enough. Right, must be time for that local news, is it?
Yeah, we could do some local news, play a tune, and we'll be back with you in Parc Ferme very shortly.
For the players.
You will never be stuck for things to do and places to see throughout Lochaber. Experience the abundance of history, immerse yourself in a movie scene, walk within our great outdoors and see our wildlife running free. Rain or shine, there is always something to do. Get out and enjoy all the incredible things we have to offer right here in Lochaber.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smart. The world time has come to.
From lodges by the river, barges on the canal, or even a luxury castle, they all share the common theme of being surrounded by stunning views and incredible scenery here in Lochaber. Rest assured, we are doing everything we can to keep you safe during your stay. We can't wait to welcome you.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter. The world time has come to.
For the players.
You will never be stuck for things to do and places to see throughout Lochaber. Experience the abundance of history, immerse yourself in a movie scene, walk within our great outdoors and see our wildlife running free. Rain or shine, there is always something to do. Get out and enjoy all the incredible things we have to offer right here in Lochaber.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter. The world time has come to.
Of the Scottish 6-day trial.
Day 5, and royalty has joined Parc Ferme each and every Thursday, the 6 days trial. A gentleman always joins us, and it's always a pleasure to sort of have him here. I know he's been with you every other morning in the nice warm studio.
Can I just say it's Friday, not Thursday?
Did I say Thursday?
You did.
You tell me what my head's like at the moment. We got little foil parcels coming out of our lunchbox right now, which is pretty cool. As I trouble is, David won't hear what you say, so if you ask him any questions, he's not going to know anything. But he's getting sorted out.
He brought me a bar of chocolate, so I'm all good. So big thanks to David.
Right, okay, yeah. So he sweetened you up literally first before he come down to us.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I see how this works. He's trying to upsetting you, so he sees you.
I am the man with the buttons.
Either one, and just push forward. There you go. There you go. Good morning, David.
Good morning, John. Nice to see you.
And
great
you
to be down here, and John as well. It's lovely to be here with you.
You're on telly. Look, that's you.
Oh no, I can see it.
See?
Yes. Yeah. Did that once before actually. Oh.
Don't worry.
Yeah, thought he was waving at us.
No, they do that. There's normally him they're waving at, asking for autographs and selfies. Such a famous person.
Absolutely.
But you've been coming down each and every Friday. Got the day right now for many years with us here at 6 Days Trial.
I don't know how many. Actually, I should look back, but it's at least 10 or 15 years. It must be actually something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it started very close to when I actually got involved. I think.
Yeah.
So you used to sort of do bits and pieces, and then you sort of came down here. Your name's on the screen now. Look at that. See? Put it up again. There you go. Look.
Yeah, without the E though. Without the E after the G.
Oh yes, see.
I'll be honest. I think that's my fault. That's my fault.
Yeah, that's a left-hander's fault for sure. There you go.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Is that Simon or is that...
No, that's a gentleman in there called Chris.
Chris,
Millard
yes,
does
that's
show
right.
on a Sunday.
Chris has done a great job. Hi, Chris.
There's Chris.
Nice
look.
to see you. Good, yes, brilliant.
So yeah, he's sort of got thrown into the wagon yesterday. He shouldn't have been there really, but he's there. So we just leave him in there now. He's out of harm's way.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, he's done a great job because yesterday went really well as well.
It was indeed, yeah.
Yep.
We love living by the old wire, as they say. And the cruise ship, we've just been watching that coming in. What's it like by the entrance? Are there lots of people hanging around?
No, not a lot at the moment. No, not at all. But that's the Norwegian one. That came in, I think, a week or two ago as well. Yep.
The Otto Svergen or something?
Yes, I think so. You've got to sort of clear your throat to say the name, I think.
It was the captain's name I was having trouble with. I did a on-air thing with the camera one with him. I can't put brand names, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And trying to get his name right. And I said, look, you say what your name is, Captain. I say yes. And I'll just call you Sir after that. So that's my cop out. So I'll call you Sir. It means I've forgotten your name or can't spell it or pronounce it.
Wonderful. Great.
So thought for the day for day?
Yep.
Do you want to sort of go straight into that? Yeah, if you're happy to do
go
that.
straight on with it, actually. Good morning, John and Simon and all the listeners here in Lochaber and around the world. During this week, I've been talking about lessons we can learn from some of the trees mentioned in the Bible or used to illustrate God's message. I hope this will enrich your lives and the lives of others. Have you ever been out for a walk and noticed the stump of a tree that's been blown down or chopped down a year or two before? You often see the green shoots appearing as new growth from what looks like a completely dead stump. In the Bible, in the Old Testament, there's a picture of a green shoot coming from the stump of a tree. It says, a shoot will come up from the stump of Jesse, from his roots a branch will bear fruit. Now it may sound strange, but Isaiah the prophet who wrote it was talking about the appearance of a very special person who was going to change the world and help people to live free from the guilt of their past and free from the fear of death. This was Jesus, who was part of the family of Jesse and David, though hundreds of years later. Like the stump, which seemed to be dead, mankind was heading in the same direction until God stepped in and sent his son Jesus to breathe new life into us. Jesus showed this new life in the way he lived by demonstrating God's love to all. He met particularly the poor, those that were struggling in life, those that were unwell. But if you read the accounts of Jesus' life, this was not the main aim of his coming to earth. He kept reminding his disciples that he'd come to die to overcome the evil in the world and beat death by rising again. As you know, he died on a cross, executed by crucifixion. His friends and disciples didn't believe this until it dawned on them after they met him, risen from the dead at that first Easter. Many of you may have spotted that sign held up in the crowd behind the goals at World Cup games in the football, with John 3:16 written on it in large, bold letters and numbers. If you read John 3:16, it says, "For God so loved the world that he gave his only Son, that whoever believes in him will have everlasting life." So because of that green shoot appearing from the stump, we have a hope, not just for this life, but forever and ever. Interestingly, Bono believes this, and in that song on the Joshua tree, I still haven't found what I'm looking for. In the third verse, he sings, "I believe in the kingdom come, then all the colors will bleed into one. Bleed into one. And yes, I'm still running. You broke the bonds and you loosed the chains, carried the cross of my shame, oh my shame. You know I believe it." Thank you for listening. I'll be back on Sunday morning at 9:30 p.m. Let's listen to U2.
From lodges by the river, barges on the canal, or even a luxury castle, they all share the common theme of being surrounded by stunning views and incredible scenery here in Lochaber. Rest assured, we are doing everything we can to keep you safe during your stay. We can't wait to welcome you.
so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter. The world time has come to.
For the players.
You will never be stuck for things to do and places to see throughout Lochaber. Experience the abundance of history, immerse yourself in a movie scene, walk within our great outdoors and see our wildlife running free. Rain or shine, there is always something to do. Get out and enjoy all the incredible things we have to offer right here in Lochaber.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter. The world time has come to.
Be honest. No. I've loaded the wrong piece of sound in there.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
That should have been a day 5.
Oh
wow. Right, hang on.
So this is a management error.
Something like that.
Okay.
Something like that. This is what it was supposed to be.
This is day 5 of the Scottish 6-day trial.
We'll give you the news anyway. It's pretty chilly. But you're in shorts, Mr. Sedgwick. I mean, you're a
this
man.
This is normal now. It's May. It's, get into shorts. Get into shorts.
We've had a security guard up here every morning, the same guy, and we saw him just about 6 o'clock when I'm turning up. And most of the time I take his jacket off because I'm in short sleeve under, and he said, "Aren't you cold?" I said, "No, I'm hot." I said, "This is summer." And he just looks at me. He's all wrapped up in all his gear. He said, "This is what this other generator behind. He's got a heater in there." And he said, "I'm so cold." He said, "I'm so cold." And I said, "But you don't live." But he comes from Inverness, or his office is in Inverness. And he went, "That can't be much warmer than here, surely."
No, not really. No.
But yeah, you do get acclimatised for sure.
You do. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, one of the things here is you don't get that cold east wind, which you get. I remember at St Andrews when I was at uni, and that was the thing. But there was very little rain there. You know, I arrived there and I did first 10 weeks, and it rained 3 times in 10 weeks. And I'd come from the west coast of Cumbria.
You don't get rain, but you get har off the sea.
I know, and the har's not nice actually in the summer.
No.
And I always say your taste of music is so eclectic. And I mean that in a good way. I love it.
Good, yeah. Well, that's nice. And well, I love the music that we get actually on the radio. It's and I think you've got to have a variation and a mixture actually.
Yeah.
You can't just play old dance and or all AC/DC or. But they're great, are all these bands. But it's sort of you need to have that mixture.
Yeah, I agree.
Niche music, I call it.
I used to operate to music. I used to have a tape on and all the time actually in
Did you?
theatre when I was operating actually. Yeah.
Yeah. Heavy metal.
Some heavy metal, all sorts of things. I worked with a heart surgeon who had a heart tape, and he'd have these visiting professors coming from America. And as he was closing up, he used to put it on when he was closing up. Basically, he said, "Put the heart tape on, sister," and he'd have like, "Don't go breaking my heart," and it's a heart tape. And these American professors would sort of look and think, "What are they going?
What is it going on
Is this
here?"
a disco we're operating in here?"
I mind having to
Michael
go.
Chris sang. He was a lovely Canadian guy.
Oh, right, Si.
I say I mind having to go for an operation. And the guy had Radio 2 on, and it just freaked me out. It's like, can you not pay attention? Why have you got to listen to Ken Bruce?
No, there's nothing wrong with Ken Bruce.
No, but pay attention. Wait, it freaked me out. But yeah, I suppose if it works, it works.
Relaxes them. I
Yeah,
think it
no.
relaxes
I think it
them.
puts your mind in a certain place, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, I'd just like to say thanks very much for the opportunity to come and share thought of the day, and for the rest of us that are able to do it, John. It's and Si, it's brilliant. Actually,
No, it's
to
a
be able
pleasure to have you here, Mr.
and see-
Sedgwick.
And we're
see
talking about the
guys.
mustard seed, which is the sort of, would you say it's a congregation involved? Is it mustard seed church? How's it described?
It's just an independent group of people that got together about 35 years ago.
Yeah.
And it started off as a children's church with about 40 kids and about 8 adults. And it's just continued on, and we're a very relaxed, laid-back group.
Yeah.
And we have people beaming in from Cape Town, from Indonesia, and various other places at different. And certainly during COVID, it was incredible. Actually, the people that got beamed in from different places.
No, I think what I like is should I say it's more open, it's more free, it's not too much preachy, if that's a word.
Yep.
You know what I mean? It gets your mind thinking about stuff and looking at the bigger picture of what's in the world, maybe.
And thinking what you can do to actually alleviate some of the problems
Try
in
to
the
make a bit of
world, actually, and
difference.
people that are struggling or having a hard time, you know. So it's it's different.
Well, we're on today to have you guys sort of bringing a bit to thought of the day every day, just that 10 minutes, sit down, think, reflect, and just think, okay, yeah.
Good. No,
Yeah,
it's great.
definitely.
It's great to be able to do it. And Morag's been involved in it. Morag Muirhead, and hope Morag feels better soon. She's feeling a bit rough at the moment, but hopefully she'll get to feel a lot better in coming days.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Brilliant.
Well, we've got lemon drizzle cake.
Made by Francis's fair hands and mine. I was under instruction.
Very meticulous in the operation, apparently.
I hope, yes.
Seeing that you brought in some lemon drizzle cake, have a free Pico factory racing pen.
Yes, that will
Pens
remind
are
me.
always handy.
That will
Everybody's
remind
looking
me.
for a pen.
That will remind me.
A Pico
Absolutely.
factory racing.
Yeah.
We can plaster your bike in stickers too, you want to?
Well,
We've
you
got Pico
can
stickers,
actually.
they're
We
in
had a
there
whole
still.
box full of them
Oh,
earlier.
in case you got wet, we've got a whole box of stickers. And if you want to take part in today's competition, we've got a lovely umbrella actually, which I nabbed off of John Hume as he was coming through earlier. I said we need a prize, and he said there you go. And we'll bundle that with a load of stickers, pens, and whatever else we can find really.
They are useful in Fort William, but when the wind's blowing like it was yesterday morning.
I usually keep the sun off. They're more handy to keep the sun off.
Yeah.
I only use it about twice a year.
Wonderful.
How we
Anyway,
doing for
I'll leave you
time?
guys to get on with it.
That's great, David. Good to have you
see
here.
you,
Brilliant,
and
David.
all the best.
Yeah, brilliant.
Have
And
a
you'll
good
be on
day and a good
Sunday
day
with
tomorrow.
Linda.
And I'll be with Linda on Sunday.
There you go.
Okay. Cheers then.
So 7.5 minutes to 9 o'clock. We've got a few people we're going to catch up with as well through the day. I think we've got an interview lined up as well a bit later on. Today's competition, what year did the Edinburgh and District Motor Club commence the Scottish 6 Days Trial? Was it 1911? Was it 1909? Or was it 1923? That's 1911, 1909, 1923. And we'll be closing the lines around about 10:30 this morning. We'll pick a winner, and you can win this brolly and goodies as well. We've also got some bits and pieces behind us. We've got tyres, we've got stands, we've got stuff which has been left, but we're going to be talking about that in the next hour as well. And talking about tyres and what the bits and pieces are on them. And we've also got this dog doo-doo bit you put in a tyre to stop it leaking air. We've got a bit of that here as well.
Okay. Just to recap for today's competition, if you do want to get involved, you can WhatsApp us at the studio or even phone us if you want on the same number, 01397 706 100 for that one. You can get us on Facebook at Nevis Radio Official. Just look for Nevis Radio there. You can also find us on YouTube under Nevis Radio Official as well. And you can even email us here at studio@nevisradio.co.uk.
I can hear bagpipes in my ears, which means the people are coming aboard from the ship. So they have a welcoming party with Sarah and the gang down there from the Fort William Marina and Shoreline Company.
That'd be correct. I did drop her a message, but I don't think she's got it. She's busy.
She'll be a bit busy.
Yeah.
She'll be a bit busy. Maybe doing a bit of talking.
Probably.
Don't know. But we always get invited on board when the maiden voyages come in, which is always really nice. And we couldn't do this one a couple of weeks ago. Hi, Mum! Oh, dear. There's always one. At least he kept it clean. Who was that gentleman?
Oh, have you got a minute?
You have.
Give us it tomorrow. It's actually,
Give it tomorrow.
It's one of our Lancastrian friends, isn't it? Yorkshire.
Oh,
Yorkshire.
You don't want to do that, John.
Don't give us that, pal.
Oh, we've got the old roses going on.
Yeah, he's actually a good friend. It's Gavin Thornton. He's the guy that broke his leg at Tom Kraske with the famous legend as known as Andy Cripps some years ago. So he's got to come in tomorrow, hopefully.
Not Andy Cripps.
Talk about. No, he's got to come and talk about Andy Cripps. But he's been media trained as Gavin.
Accredited.
Whereas, accredited. Yes, aye. We don't need the censors thing for Gavin.
Oh, thank goodness for that. My nose won't take it anymore. So apparently there's a bit of a nasty word yesterday. It wasn't too bad, but it slipped out from somebody.
We never heard it. I never heard
I didn't
it.
hear it
But
either.
there you go.
They
But
just
no,
picked up in the
Gavin's just
studio.
about to start. What number are you? Number 2. He's
There you
number
go. That's
2
where we're
this
up
year.
to.
In that case, then, do you want to keep an eye out for Gavin Cairns and also Scott Turpin?
What number are they?
Scott Turpin, he was he in the 193?
That's when it's 40 something.
No, it was the early numbers.
I think it's 40.
Was it? No, 44. Was that not Gavin Cairns, one of our
that's what I
sponsors?
was asking for.
Yeah, I did actually look it up at the time.
12, Scott Turpin.
Is he?
Yes.
Oh, well.
How do you know all this? Have you got something in front of you now telling you this?
Tony Gibson emailed me yesterday.
Ah, I see.
Right.
So yeah, if you could find him for a wee good morning, that would be good. 44 I think was Gavin Cairns.
Yeah,
we get him in for a wee chat, that'd be cool.
What would you do with Scott Turpin? Sorry, I missed that.
Just chat to them.
Oh, chat to him?
Chat to them.
Oh, right, okay, 44. I see his bike there, right enough, so...
Yeah,
no, 44 is Gavin Cairns.
That's Gavin Cairns.
What was it, 12?
Yeah, number 12.
Well, he actually will be going pretty soon because 23's working his bike, 7, 20, 15, 3... I don't see 12. Number 4's just coming up. That's Boyd Webster. He's coming up to the start now as well. So he can't be far away if he's in the Parc Ferme. But I don't see him at the moment.
Okay, excellent. He's looking round. That you done? Yeah, finished.
Yes.
So yeah, if you no results, I've got. Why don't we have the results because we haven't got any result sheets yet. They must be getting them sorted out next door. Maybe pop round there as well.
I'll maybe have a word and see.
Tap on that door.
There was some amendments being
See that where
made.
that old secretary's in there.
Yeah.
She might be. You never know.
I shall have a look.
She's going to thump me very soon. I'll keep calling the old secretary. You're the one who dropped me into that. I only said it in a nice way.
You did, but it was just I picked up on it. You do pick on some things and you don't pick up on others. Strange, that.
That's the way they like smartphones.
Human nature.
Yes, smartphones. Are we talking about smartphones?
We were at one time.
Look at that. Look, we've got that. Oh, it's heavy. It's a nice...
Oh, talking of smartphones, I had a WhatsApp message from, let me just have a look here, from Gary, asking what was the app called? You can keep up to date with the trial again.
Yeah, it's Sportity. Sportity. Sportity, and it's a downloadable app, I think you call them. I don't think it's one you pay for. You know how there's got free apps, so it's a free app. I think you download it onto your smartphone, and that gives you all the information as it happens with the Scottish 6 Days. Gives all the riders start times and stuff. So I'm going to give it a try when I get a minute, because I've got a smartphone with me this week, not on me, but in accommodation at the moment, and I'll give it a go.
In the digs.
Yeah, in the digs.
It's proper handy having a smartphone that's a couple of miles away, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's what, sorry?
It's very handy having your smartphone a couple of miles away.
Well, I don't use it, you see. I just use it to check the oil...
Tyre pressures on your car.
Tyre pressures in the car's all done. You can start the car from it. It's very clever, but I don't phone anybody or text anybody.
You can level a table with it.
Yeah, I've got Mrs. W for that, you know, for checking the tyre pressures and make sure it's fuel. I don't do that.
Well, I do it myself as well, but the thing actually monitors it from the tyres. There's sensors in the tyres nowadays, as we all know, and that feeds back through Ford Pass, I think it is, because it's a Ford vehicle I've got, and that's why I got the phone. But
other brands are available in the way of cars.
Cars, oh yeah, of course they are. And I'm just, well, it's my private possession. I'm not advertising it.
Well, you just have. You've endorsed it. That's
I've endorsed it
because you've got one and you like it. You're endorsing it. That's the way it works.
All right.
Oh, one day. Okay.
You'll get there. You'll get there.
We've also got the lunchbox. The lunchbox is back today.
Oh yes, it's here.
Yeah.
I imagine it's got some lemon drizzle cake in it now.
We're not yet.
No, not yet.
We're just
well, I
going
don't think so.
We're going to try.
Anyway.
We're going
I
to try a
haven't
bit of
actually
that.
looked inside, so I haven't even had a peek. I'm not allowed to. It's top secret until it's revealed on Nevis Radio, apparently.
If you've got any requests, any dedications, any comments, you want to test Mr. John Moffat's brain that little bit more, then do get in contact with us. Many ways you can do it. We've got the WhatsApp, which is 01397 706 100. We've got twitter.com/Nevis Radio, facebook.com/Nevis Radio Official, studio@nevisradio.co.uk is the email, and hashtag SSDT23. You want to share photographs or comments? Be good to have you there. We'll pick them up as we go through.
Yep.
That'll also allow, say, the competition as well. We'll get that through there. And we'll be closing those lines around about 10:30 this morning. It is Nevis Radio, your local community station right here in Fort William, broadcasting 24 hours a day. And we are at day 5 of the 6-day trial.
From 96.6 to 1.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so make you do be cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
From lodges by the river, barges on the canal, or even a luxury castle, they all share the common theme of being surrounded by stunning views and incredible scenery here in Lochaber. Rest assured, we are doing everything we can to keep you safe during your stay. We can't wait to welcome you.
Day 5 of the Scottish 6-day trial.
Yes, day 5 of the Scottish 6 Days Trial 2023 here in Fort William. It's centred in the Lochaber area all week from Monday to Saturday, and we'll be on air every morning from 7 till 11 and on Saturday from 7 till round about midday when the last rider leaves the Parc Ferme here in the West End car park.
That is correct, John Moffat. We're just talking about the Thistle Access trailer and how nice and shiny and new it looks, and as though we are indebted to them for that this week. And the power, the generator at the back of it, which they supplied on Tuesday, was it, I believe?
Yes, it was.
Wednesday. And we've got our other sponsors as well. We have got Comms West, formerly known as Lochhillnet. They're looking at us on the streaming. It's thanks to their signal we managed to get that across the world through there. We have got the Hire Centre. Our main area is stuck up on a big tower, and that gets us right across from here to our studio in Fort William, where it's picked up and then gets processed and sent around the FM signals. We've got Trial Magazine.
Yes.
Speaking to John Hume a bit early on, that's his baby. We have got Michelin tyres. They've been involved with us for many years now and want to continue their support. They love what we do. And the Trial Guru has been helping us out each and every day. And of course, Gavin Cairns.
Gavin Cairns rough casting, Inverness for the awning.
The cover we're under right now, we had to batten it down after yesterday.
Yeah, it was actually quite incredible, the strength of the wind that came through yesterday morning here in Fort William. It actually destroyed the awning of Jitsi, who are the main sponsors of the Scottish 6 Days Trial. They've got a 3-year deal with Jitsi with the organisers of the event. And their awning has been taken down and put away, I think, now.
It's packed away for the rest of the week, I think. Well,
the flooring is still...
Looking at it yesterday, I think 2 of the legs were pretty bent. It took a fair kicking, I think.
Yeah, I think...
We're watching there's a team in there right now, and they're not looking very happy, are they?
No, they don't.
I can't be honest. It looks too strange. They're sitting as if there is a tent around them, but there's not. But they provide us with a cup of tea and coffee, so we're indebted to that. So
I think they've got an imaginary tent on top of them, really. So these riders are just sitting there, and Suzanne Midgley's looking after them. So they've got the deck chairs out, which is good.
Yeah.
The summer seats, and the riders just waiting to get their call to go into the working area here in the park.
Drinking a high energy drink, which gives you wings, apparently.
Yes.
See? That's what they're doing right now, which is pretty cool. It is quite chilly. I'm not going to pretend the hands are still quite cold.
It is, but it says 11 degrees, so I wouldn't expect it to be too chilly there. In fact, one of the clocks is saying 11, others registering 12.
That's why it's turning, because I think it comes in on the back of it, so that's probably getting the wind.
Yeah.
I don't know. Around there.
But it's probably the wind chill factor we're suffering from this morning. There is a bit of a breeze up. All the flags are fluttering merrily round about the Parc Ferme and paddock. And we've got the big cruise ship that's come along, which is actually turned round now. It seems to be moored just opposite us, immediately opposite.
Sometimes they anchor it, sometimes because it's quite sandy out there, and sometimes they just keep it on the engines. They try and anchor it if they can, because that's obviously better for the environment.
That's right.
But every now and again, the anchor sort of drags and slips and causes a bit of damage. They're trying to protect the damage on the seabed.
On the seabed,
or lochbed, what do you want to call it? So it's quite a science what they have to do. So it's one of those things is going to damage the seabed, which is better to have the engines just keeping it positioned.
It's very high tech, John. You'd like it. They keep it in place with GPS. It kind of keeps itself right.
Yeah, it's the same with oil rigs. They're all sort of centred, and they control them where they're actually sitting. There's actually a little boat at the back of it just now. It's not a tender. It's like a.
It probably is. It's probably a rib. What they call
a rib.
It?
That's the name for it. It's a rib's just.
So we're getting the
around.
passengers on and off.
Oh, is that what
That's
they do?
Use,
a rib. Yeah.
A rib stands for a rigid inflatable boat.
That's right.
Let's see. These maritime people.
I didn't know that bit. That's the only thing I know.
We normally have to go out on them. My fun is putting the buoyancy aid on.
Oh, yeah.
They're not made for my sort of size most of the time. It's always an interest, especially one which goes between the legs and... It goes, well, I do that. Especially when we've got Sarah helping to fasten. That's the highlight of my week, normally.
Yeah. So they take the passenger off on a rib?
Yeah.
All right. It's
some of them don't. Some of them use like the life rafts as tenders.
That's right, yeah. There was something on the television recently, and it was life rafts are being used to transport people about. But I can't remember what programme I was watching or which ship was involved. So there we are.
There you go. I think we should have a tune very shortly. Then I guess we've got to do the weather. Then we've probably got some messages. That be about right?
We're fairly up to date with messages, but yeah, weather would be quite good.
Do you want to read out
if
the
you go
competition?
on to our C list, I believe it's Peter Gabriel, myself, and Chris were talking about this a bit earlier on. He's got a new album out. I think it's called AIO or something like that.
Right.
And the new track's called that as well.
All right, yeah. Another one.
I'm quite liking it. We're talking about people who sort of come back and then make new stuff. And we both said this is quite good.
Talking of our C list, we'll see if we can get this on before 11 o'clock today. I see we've got Skelf's new tune, local artist.
On the way in today, funny enough. But we'll certainly get that played, a local lad.
Yeah, we'll get that on.
Really taking music more serious over the last few years. So he's been involved with music for many, many years, but he started writing now, and actually I was putting a lot more time and effort into it, probably be the fairest way of saying it.
Yeah.
And it's really sounding good.
No, definitely. Okay, right, well, I've got Peter Gabriel lined up. So are we doing that then, Weather?
Yeah, whatever works for you at the moment, yep.
We'll go for that then.
From lodges by the river, barges on the canal, or even a luxury castle, they all share the common theme of being surrounded by stunning views and incredible scenery here in Lochaber. Rest assured, we are doing everything we can to keep you safe during your stay. We can't wait to welcome you.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
For the players.
You will never be stuck for things to do and
On
places
Nevis
to...
Radio, brought to you by Thistle Access.
The northeast is going to be cloudy. Elsewhere, mostly dry and bright with some warm sunshine across the west coast and parts of the West Highlands. Cloudy in the afternoon with a few showers possible. Maximum high today, 16 degrees centigrade, 61 Fahrenheit. Tonight, northeast staying murky with patchy drizzle and fresh southeast winds. Otherwise, mainly cloudy with scattered showers, but staying dry with the clear spells in the second half of the night. The minimum overnight low is going to be 6 degrees centigrade, 43 Fahrenheit.
That was today's weather on Nevis Radio, brought to you by Thistle Access.
Are you got anyone you can chat to? Do you know Rider 41 by any chance?
I don't know her personally. I know of her.
Should we go out for a quick chat?
Try and give her a
from
quick
a lady's
chat.
point of view. I'm just going to move. We're all moving. Don't worry.
Yeah, once she settles down and gets her tool bag out, we'll maybe have a quick chat when she's working on the bike, so that it doesn't take up any of her time. Rider number 41 is Alice Minter, sister of Tom Minter. She's riding a Scorpa, which is still one of the carburetted versions of the Scorpa bike. How have you been finding the Scottish this week, Alice?
Yeah, obviously it's my first go, but yeah, it's been a really good week so far, and I can't wait for the. I can't wait for the next few days, to be fair. But
Now you're changing a wheel. You're changing, putting your new tyre on today. I take it.
yeah, new tyre, a lot of road work yesterday, so not much grip left on that.
Well, we'll let you carry on with that. So we'll be looking forward to see your scores later on today, hopefully, Alice.
Yeah, thank you.
It's Alice Minter, rider number 41, riding a Scorpa supplied by Nigel Burkett Motorsports. I think Nigel had a quick shout there.
It sounded like him, didn't it? For sure. Very quiet person.
So he says, I think he's wanting their centre stand to do some work or something. So there we go. We had a quick word with Nigel yesterday. Nigel, of course, this is his 50th Scottish 6 days trial. Not always in consecutive years, of course, because we missed 2001 due to the foot and mouth outbreak, and we lost the 2020 and 2021 trial. Through no fault of our own in the motorcycle sport, but because of the COVID pandemic, which was a shame. But of course came back last year, and the alterations they wanted to do to the routes wasn't possible until then, so everything came together quite well.
How long does a chain last? Is it by mile, or how much stress is put on it through
chain? You do it basically by the stretch of the chain.
Yeah.
There comes a point where this chain becomes not so effective because of stretching, because of wear. And normally, if you're going to change, it's round about sort of the Thursday, Friday, if your chain has taken a bit of a beating during the event. And but the thing is that these chains now are so good. They're really robust pieces of kit. There's a lot they take a lot of punishment, because they're driven through mud and dirt and grit and all the rest of it. So the rider makes sure that the chain's lubricated at every fuel stop. So when they get to the fuel stops during the day, there's tins of, or aerosol tins of chain lubricant available, and the rider gives the chain a quick squirt of lubricant just to keep it lubricated for the rest of the day's run. So, but that happens at every fuel stop during the day, and that does help prolong chain life if it's well lubricated.
Yeah, no, I mean, when I was sort of riding, we used to put a tin on top of the stove and you used to drop your chain into it. You heat it up like a very oily...
Yeah, there was a couple of... there was only a couple of manufacturers ever made that. It was
lovely
Link Life.
smell.
Yeah, Link Life and Duckham's Chain Guard.
Yeah.
You see, if you just noticed just now when you're viewing, she's actually got a piece of... She's actually got an Allen key in there. I was explaining that earlier. You put the Allen key in to top dead centre, and that holds everything together while you actually tighten the rear axle of the motorcycle, holds it all together, keeps everything in place, and then they just move the wheel round forward a bit, they take out the Allen key, and Bob's your uncle, your chain's all been tightened up. But what she did was she put her thumb in just between the chain tensioner pad and the swinging arm, just to check that it's at the right tension, because obviously these chains are running under a chain tensioner, which is a spring-loaded arm that's mounted to the swinging arm of the bike, and that allows a sort of perfect tension as you're riding the bike. When you open the throttle, you see the chain tensioner dip down, you know, under stress. It pushes it out, and then when you when you shut the throttle off, that chain tensioner will spring back up. So it sort of it works as it goes, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, exactly. And the rear sprockets, are they all a standard size? Because I can change the gearing, can it, and the speed?
Yeah, you can change the gearing. What you do is, if you want to gear a bike down, lower the gearing, you put a bigger back sprocket on, or a smaller final drive sprocket on. So there's two sprockets on a chain-driven motorcycle, one at the rear, on the rear wheel, and that's the bigger one. And they're all numbered. That one's made by Talon. They actually do a lot of the original equipment for bikes. And Talon Engineering are down in Yeovil in Somerset, set up by George Sarton, a very enthusiastic gentleman. And they make both the final drive sprockets and the rear wheel sprockets. So they're all numbered. That's probably something like a 42 teeth. So the more teeth on the back sprocket lowers the gearing, because it needs to have a larger size, a larger diameter sprocket. If you wanted to gear your bike up, what we used to do when we were observing at the Scottish is, on the Bultacos, they would run, I think it was a 12-tooth, and what you would do is put a 14-tooth gearbox sprocket on, and that upped the gearing, so it actually increased the speed you could do on the road for the same revs. Motorcycle road racing, it's critical, the gearing, and bikes are actually geared for specific circuits. So for the Isle of Man TT, that you hear them talking about, oh, it's geared for 190 miles an hour, and at certain other shorter circuits, they might gear them lower because the overall top speed is lower. So you get the rider setting the bike up, the mechanics will put on certain sprockets for certain courses, and that is actually crucial. With trials, obviously, the bikes come straight from the factory with a gearing setup that normally suits most riders, but you will get some riders that prefer a slower bike, so they've got more time to think, so they'll maybe gear their bikes down. So it's down to a matter of personal choice, but most of the bikes this week are running on standard gearing. I think possibly the bike in front of Alice's bike is probably higher geared than hers. I'm almost certain that back sprocket of her bike is bigger than that sprocket on the the bike that Billy Green's riding.
I think Gavin's in the studio. This is his bike. We've got the camera on right now, 44.
Yeah, he's not here at the moment.
Not him?
He can't be too far away.
Okay.
We have... hold on a second.
Shaking hands, like John Moffat does.
We've got number 36 here, Billy Green. Billy, what position are you in just now?
I think I'm third.
You've been third most of the week?
Yeah, pretty much all week.
Yeah. Now, you ride week in, week out. You ride for, is it Burkett Motorsport you ride for?
Yeah, Burkett Motorsport and the factory Scorpa team.
Yeah, so you're actually a factory rider?
Yeah, competing in the World Championship for them.
Now, we've never interviewed you before, I don't think. Which part of the country are you based in?
Devon.
Which is in Cornwall sort of area?
Well, close, but definitely not Cornwall.
Not Cornwall. Next door to it?
Yeah, very close, but yeah, it's good 10 hours down south.
How many times you've ridden the Scottish 6 Days Trial, Billy?
This is my second time up here.
And you've been tipped for the top, I hear, in social media.
Well, some people say that, but no, I'm still here just to enjoy my week, and I'm still learning the event because there's so much to know about it. So yeah, I'm still here, having fun, but obviously trying my best, and yeah, a good result is a bonus.
Now, you ride in the World Championships, I believe?
Yeah, in the Trial 2 class in the World Championship.
What was Trial 2 class, just for the listeners? There's Trial GP, Trial 1, Trial 2 and Trial 3, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, so it's the one step down from the top Premier class. So it's everyone basically trying to go from there to the top class to be professional is where I'm at. So yeah, I'm still balancing a little bit of work with riding. But yes, we've... just before this week, we were out in Spain and Portugal for the first 2 rounds, which went fairly well for me. And I'm actually leading the championship going into Japan, which is in a fortnight's time.
So you would really describe yourself as a semi-professional rider then?
Yeah. No, through the winter, I have to work a few days a week to pay my way. And then, yeah, through the summer, I can just about ride my bikes. So, yeah, trying to make it professional. But yeah, still enjoying it at the same time.
Brilliant. So we'll maybe catch up with you before the end of the week then, Billy. So all the best for today's run.
Thank you very much.
Okay, that's Billy Green there. He's a semi-professional rider from Devon. And this is his second Scottish 6 Days Trial. So good to catch up with Billy. We also have a gentleman here. I'm just passing you over to John Weller. He's going to interview Mr. Gavin.
I was actually going to bring him in front of his gazebo in a way. Do you want to walk that way?
Yeah.
You go that way. I'll bring the camera around onto us.
Into the studio at the moment.
This is the gentleman responsible for keeping us nice, dry, warm, and in a very relatively comfortable place. Right, you go back a little bit. Keep back. keep going. There's no water behind you. Right, now I do that. You've been working with our friend Simon Abley back at the studio, and you very kindly helped us get this gazebo, which is keeping us nice, dry and sort of warm.
Yeah, no problem at all. We're quite happy to help and support the event.
And you're taking part in the competition, obviously.
Yeah, yep. Third time doing it. Long week. Very long week. Especially for a green route rider.
I mean, what's the hardest bit? Is it just the stress of it, or is it just the physical side of it?
I think it's a combination. I think you've got, obviously, the sections really challenging, and then you've got the moors. There's a lot more mooring this year than there has been in previous years, so it's a big ask.
A challenge?
A challenge.
And are you riding around with a companion? There's a group of you doing this?
Yeah, I've got a few of the boys here. There's Chris Weir and AJ and Chris's brother Matthew and that, so Fraser McDougall. So we're all sort of bunching up together and helping each other on.
And you're from a club?
Inverness and District. Originally from Fort William, but we moved to Inverness, so Inverness and District. So we've got a few riders left.
Yeah, a few of them. And also you take a week's off holiday, I'm assuming, doing this?
I wouldn't call it a holiday. I've had better holidays.
Oh, come on, the challenge, the experience, the countryside.
That's what it's all about, the challenge.
Well, I know you've got to go and get ready now. A bit of tinkering, too much to do on the bike today?
No, we're all ready. We got in time last night, so we're all ready. So we're just hoping it holds out again.
And whereabouts are you at the moment on the leaderboard?
I'm no first. I'm still in the fight.
That's good. As I say, thanks again. Really appreciate it. There you go. That is Gavin Cairns. He's going to go do a bit of tinkering now. And as I say, it is really great that people get involved with this, because as I say, this time last year, he wasn't anything to do with us here at Nevis Radio. And today, what we're standing under, this is what he's helped us provide. And he's very keen to get more involved with this, which is a fantastic side.
No, it's good. Big thank you to Gavin. I don't know if he can hear me now because he's probably away doing other things. But no, that's what it's all about. A little bit of collaboration here and there. It makes it a little bit easier for everybody, really.
It does indeed. Can we have some music, please?
You can.
Can I have some brown sugar?
I don't know. Demerara sugar?
No, brown, please. I'm just moving in front of the camera. And they shouldn't do that, but I've got to sit down.
Right, okay. Right.
Rolling Stones.
Oh, right, okay, that's the name of the
Yeah, sorry.
Right, let me reorder this. Right, we can do that.
All right, now we'll come back. I think we're going to talk about tyres then.
All right, that sounds intriguing. I'll find out some more shortly.
You will never be stuck for things to do and places to see throughout Lochaber. Experience the abundance of history, immerse yourself in a movie scene, walk within our great outdoors and see our wildlife running free. Rain or shine, there is always something to do. Get out and enjoy all the incredible things we have to offer right here in Lochaber.
Visit a Scottish region full of wonder, from stunning mountainous landscapes to deserted sandy beaches, relaxing woodland trails to heart-racing adventure. From historic treasures to the simplest of pleasures, the view from the top, the cleanest air, hidden places and wide open spaces, unearth a breathtaking world right here in Lochaber.
You will never be stuck for things to do and places to see throughout Lochaber. Experience the abundance of history, immerse yourself in a movie scene, walk within our great outdoors and see our wildlife running free. Rain or shine, there is always something to do. Get out and enjoy all the incredible
Young
things we
Workforce
have
West
to offer
Highlands.
right here in Lochaber.
This is day 5 of the Scottish 6-day trial.
Day 5 on Friday, the 5th of May. Warming up slightly, almost up to 12 degrees now.
It is, and the wind's dropped a little bit, and I'm beginning to feel a little bit warmer.
I don't know where a camera brace is, but he turned up, he's gone away now. Here he comes, look. He's got his coffee, got his headphones. He's just he's happy. Very good morning, Sean. He's waving, it's all right. So we've got another member of the team down here, which makes me a bit happier.
Yes, indeedy.
Saves me having to keep getting up and down.
Correct. Because
we're going to look at tyres and wheels and dog poo.
Yeah, that's right. Do you want to do that now?
Yeah, it'll be a good time to do it when we've got time now. It's 9:30.
Okay.
I'll do a quick refresh of the competition. We'll be closing that in about an hour's time.
Good.
We've got an Apico brolly and some merchandise and pens and stickers, etc., key rings. What year did the Edinburgh and District Motor Club commence the Scottish 6 Days Trial? What year did the Edinburgh and District Motor Club commence the Scottish 6 Days Trial? You've got 3 options. You've got A, 1911, B, 1909, or C, 1923. So it's 1911, 1909, or 1923. And as a bit of a clue, if you've got one of the programmes, the answer is in there very, very early on. And we'll, let's say, reveal the winner in about an hour's time. Now, you're holding a bit of a rubber in your hand.
Yes, and it's suddenly just gone off stream because it jumped from one camera to the other. But yes, I am here with a Michelin Radio X11 trial competition rear tyre, 400 by 18 section, and it's the composition of the trials tyre is very, very grippy. It's designed to grip on rocks, almost like a limpet effect. And when they're brand new, they're covered in little sprues, and that's as they come out the injection moulding. So this is the actual tyre itself.
If you can hold it still, I'll try and get a bit of a close-up.
Sorry.
There you go.
There we are. And there's a close-up of the tread pattern, which is a block tread pattern. It actually complies with FIM trials tyre regulations. These tyres are all regulated to be a certain size, and obviously with the size of the knobbles on it to give grip, etc. So that is a brand new tyre, which we obtained this morning for display purposes. It's tubeless, there's no tube inside it, so it goes on the rim with compressed air when you're actually fitting the tyre onto the rear wheel, in this case, of the bike. The front tyres that they use are slightly different in that they're a tube type. So the rim pattern on the front is slightly different from the rim profile on the back. And a tubeless tyre won't fit a tube-type rim very easily without some sort of modification. Now, of course, you're not supposed to modify tyres in any way as per the manufacturer's instructions. So that is a brand new tyre. That's not been on a motorcycle as yet. It may be used later during the week, maybe not. Maybe this one will go back home with us. So that's it.
A rough cost of a tyre like that?
The retail price of these tyres now is, I think it's close to £180.
Wow, they've gone up.
Yeah, they have. There has been, as we described earlier this week when we had the Michelin representatives and Andy James and Stuart Dosé in with us, that I think it all stems from the fact that the rubber, there was a big purchase of rubber by the Chinese some time ago, which created a bit of a shortage worldwide of natural rubber. There goes the entry list. So that, coupled with the COVID-19 pandemic, manufacturing stopped at one point, or at least it was slowed down to the point where it was prioritised. So military and other such tyres were produced first, and then obviously this type of tyre is classed as more or less as leisure because it's for sporting events. So they were in short supply, and then because of the price of rubber going up and all sorts of things like that, the cost of the retail price of tyres went up accordingly. So, and it's not the sort of tyre that's sold in huge numbers because it is for motorcycle trial sporting events. So that's a brand new one. I'll just pop
Can you
that
get
down.
different tread patterns if you want to, or is that just, you say
No.
it's just a standard one, everybody uses the same one?
No, the thing is that there are other manufacturers, obviously, of trials tyres, but they keep very much within the formula. It's a bit like Formula One. It's called a formula for a good reason, because it's stipulated by the governing bodies of the sport. There we are. We're just onto the camera again, and this is a spare wheel. So we'll just zoom in on this little area here, if we can, where my finger is. And this is this is what we were describing earlier. This is a repaired tyre, just temporary repaired. So this tyre, it won't really be used in competition again. What it is as a run tyre. It's not very well worn at all. It's not been worn. You can see the tread pattern there is not quite new, but it's not worn away. You can still see the imprint of the little indentations on the top. So this tyre has had a little use, but unfortunately it punctured. So a sharp rock had penetrated the casing of the tyre. Nowadays, you speak to the local garages, they won't plug a tyre now because they don't think it's safe enough. It probably would get you home, but it's not a safe repair. This is what they call, well, let's call it a dog poo for the sake of radio, but it's actually a repair. It's a repair patch. It's forced into the hole of the tyre by a special tool. And it's actually longer than that. Half of it is inside the tyre and half of it's just sticking out. You can trim it off there if you wanted, but the owner has just put the repair patch in and left it proud of the tyre. It's actually, when you touch it, you can actually stick it to the tyre. Look, it'll sit there. It just pops off. It's almost like a glue that's embedded in this particular repair.
Bit of a question on this one, John. Obviously, with a car, you balance your tyres, but do these tyres need balancing? Because would that not affect the balancing with that sticking out like that?
Not really on a trials, but it's not critical because why you balance the tyres on a car is so that you have stability. It can affect the handling of a car. You get a wobble on the steering, and that's why they put the balance weights on your rim. You could, if you wanted to, dynamic balance this wheel because you could put what they normally used to do was they didn't so much do it on the rim. They used to put weights on the spokes, so you would attach a weight to the spoke. Now you get that particularly in road bike wheels. They will balance your road bike wheels. They put lead weights on the spokes, but of course you can have cast wheels as well with motorcycles, so they would probably use balance weights on the rim now. But no, it won't affect a trials bike having that on there because, well, you run them at low pressures anyway in the sections. But this tyre isn't scrap, but it's handy for practicing. So this is actually a practice wheel we've got here. The actual wheel that's used in this particular motorcycle is a bright red rim. It's a Vertigo machine it's for. And as I say, this was only used to keep the bike upright during the overnight so that the new tyre on the original wheel is now fitted to the bike. But that's just what we were talking about earlier was the repair. But it's not what you call a permanent repair. You wouldn't use this tyre particularly on the road now. Although it would, I don't think it would blow out, but there is always that chance because if this thing comes out, then the tyre will rapidly deflate and you'll have you'll be down to the rim on the road almost. But fortunately with a tubeless type tyre, it's very difficult to get the bead of the tyre off the rim. You've got to use a bead breaker, so it takes quite a lot of force to take it off. But if the tyre went flat on the road, there is that possibility that the tyre could de-rim itself, and that could be a little bit tricky.
Indeed.
But there we are.
The other thing I was going to ask was, quite often you mentioned the riders are getting new tyres and things, and it's all to do with the edges. Now, I'm guessing you don't mean the actual physical edges of the tyre. You're on about the edges of the blocks of the rubber. Yeah, the edges of the blocks. This tyre hasn't been turned round, so this is the leading edge here that I'm rubbing my finger on. That's the edge that's
making contact with the rocks on this wheel, because the Vertigo has a near side drive, so the tyres, the wheel's going in this direction in a, as you're looking at the camera, an anti-clockwise direction. If I turned it the other way, it would be clockwise. So there's actually on the tyre, I'll maybe be able to let you see this on the video. On this part here, it actually says route or rear wheel, and that's a direction arrow there.
Tip it to us, John, might see it a bit better. Just tip the tyre forward.
Tip the tyre forward,
yeah,
like that.
There's getting a bit of glare, I think. Can we get that? I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah, there's an arrow on there.
Yeah.
And that arrow indicates which direction, because tyres are all directionally built. So that's the direction the tyre should be on. So this tyre has only been fitted to the wheel originally in the correct direction. And what we do for off-road use is that when that tyre comes to a point where it is, it's lost its edge, as we talk about, we'll take that tyre off, turn it round, and then you get the other edge into effect. So it sort of doubles the life of the tyre a little bit, which is good, before the tyre becomes not usable and scrapped. A lot of the trail bike riders tend to want old trials tyres because there's still some tread there. I mean, your minimum is something like 2 millimetres in a car tyre. So this has got something like about 8 millimetres. So technically it's not worn out, but it's worn out as far as competition's concerned if you've got both edges used, because then it's no longer effective. But the modern trials tyre is so sticky. Even though with the edge removed, you still get a lot of adhesion with the type of compound that the tyre has. So that's how it works.
I was on the road coming back into Fortnum yesterday. I was following this rider, and he'd obviously had a bit of an issue with the back wheel because it had gone way out of alignment. It certainly buckled. And I mean, you could see him struggling, actually, even sitting on it. It had got a fair old, I don't know what we call it, skew going on it. And I thought, my goodness, but obviously it's safe enough to get back to Parc Ferme, but not comfortable to ride.
Yeah, it looks more spectacular than what it is. I mean, I've seen guys riding into Fort William some years ago, maybe 30, almost 40 years ago, and the bike's slewing from side to side, and the rider's just happily moving along, but the back end of the bike's slipping from side to side, and it looks worse than it is. I mean, admittedly, if he'd been pulled up by a policeman, then he would have some dancer, because riding a bike with a flat tyre isn't advisable. But just to get back in, they used to ride them flat and a wee bit speedway style. But as I say, the rider hardly notices it, because running on soft tyres, you do get a bit of drift out of them anyway. But having said that, you know, everything comes under the Road Traffic Acts, and it's not advisable to ride or drive anything with a soft tyre. You know, you should obviously replace it. But unfortunately, punctures happen if you're within a couple of miles of the Parc Ferme or somebody to help you with a spare wheel. Then they just keep riding on for a bit and hopefully just, you know, reduce the speed down. But when it comes towards you, it does look a bit more sort of like, wow, what's happening here?
No, he's driving very sensibly, and I say hats off to him.
Aye, fair enough. But that can happen, unfortunately. Punctures are a feature of the Scottish. It's a right pain when it happens, because you've got to either put the tyre back on the rim or repair it with one of these repair kits just to get you home. But they're not sort of recognised now as a permanent repair. It's a sort of jerry rig to get you back.
So I think we spoke about it before. You get this gump you could put inside the rim and do it sort of, it came out and sealed it automatically.
That's right.
When you want to change a wheel,
that's
going to make an awful mess.
Well, I think they used to call it
green
slime.
Stuff. Slime stuff.
And it was developed for mountain biking. And I know quite a few guys that have used slime. I don't think we're using it now. I've never seen a bottle in the garage for a long time. The slime effectively internally repairs the tyre, the tube. It doesn't repair a tyre, but it will repair a tube. And the amount of guys have said, have you had any front punctures with slime? Don't know, because it repairs itself. It seals the hole back up, so it's better than nothing, and it's quite effective as an aid to your front tyre. But after a while, it gets a bit sort of not as effective, and of course, it can affect you checking the tyre pressure, because the slime goes into the valve area as well. And that itself can be a bit of a problem. So I've heard of people actually having to put a knife into the tyre to burst it to get it down to change it. So what you would do is, if you're still using slime in the Scottish, is just put it in for the Scottish, and then after the Scottish, take the tyre and tube off and throw the tube away. Well, not throw it away, dispose of it by recycling and put a new tube in. Probably that would be the way forward.
Well, it's fast approaching 10:45 on this day 5. It's great to be with you. I'm John Willer, John Moffat. We've got Sean here, we've got Chris in the wagon, and we've got Si back at the studio. That is your team today. And, well, we've got to catch up with that. You got messages?
A few people asking about Gary Mack, but I've answered those with, obviously, you've gone through that through the week as well. It's also been mentioned, good to see some different names up the top of the leaderboard, and that's where we're at, really.
We're still got to get a leader sheet, haven't we? I did say that right the first time, did I?
Yeah.
I think so.
A leader sheet.
You worry
results,
sometimes. A leader
results.
sheet. Yes, the results, exactly. And I'm going to say it, there's a bit of blue sky up there.
That's good news. There is a bit of sun flying about.
It's been like spotlights
side.
on the mountains today.
Yeah,
you noticed
little
it?
spotlights on the hillside. One further down the loch, more towards Corn direction, and one just across from us. But the temperature is now up to 13 degrees centigrade, but it still feels like 5 to
It's
me.
a bit better. I'm starting to feel a bit better now, let's be honest.
It is.
I think I've had no breakfast for a start.
Oh, right.
I'll just start writing a list, and maybe a cup of tea would be a good idea very shortly.
Okay.
Yeah, sounds like a plan.
Sure,
and I guess it's time for a tune. Who should choose a tune? Chris.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, okay.
Oh, sorry, Si.
I was going to say, I've loaded in a tune because I thought you were going to ask Sean since he's fresh there.
Well, we're going to ask for play Scouts too, aren't we?
Yeah.
But we'll get one lined up for Chris.
Oh, right. Okay, I've got to think now. Hang on, because he sent me something already. You've kind of preempted something that never happened. So, yeah, bear with me.
We'll do is play this one, probably talk up to the news then, try and get the results if we can, and then come out with that tune you've got to play after the news, if that's okay?
Yeah, we'll go for that. Okay, right. For Chris, he sent me a tune via our communication system, so I've got Eminem, You Lose Yourself.
You will never be stuck for things to do and places to see throughout Lochaber. Experience the abundance of history, immerse yourself in a movie scene, walk within our great outdoors and see our wildlife running free. Rain or shine, there is always something to do. Get out and enjoy all the incredible things we have to offer right here in Lochaber.
Visit a Scottish region full of wonder, from stunning mountainous landscapes to deserted sandy beaches, relaxing woodland trails to heart-racing adventure. From historic treasures to the simplest of pleasures, the view from the top, the cleanest air, hidden places and wide open spaces, unearth a breathtaking world right here in Lochaber.
You will never be stuck for things to do and places to see throughout Lochaber. Experience the abundance of history, immerse yourself in a movie scene, walk within our great outdoors and see our wildlife running free. Rain or shine, there is always something to do. Get out and enjoy all the incredible things we have to offer right here in Lochaber.
Visit a Scottish region full of wonder, from stunning mountainous landscapes to deserted sandy beaches, relaxing woodland trails to heart-racing adventure, from historic treasures to the simplest of pleasures, the view from the top, the cleanest air, hidden places and wide open spaces, unearth the breathtaking
Day 5 of the Scottish 6-day trial.
This is day 5 of the Scottish 6 Days Trial, Friday the 5th of May, 2023, and we're just going to run through the route, I believe, now. So
We are
the
indeed, yes.
first 3 sections this morning at Group A were Clerk, which is quite near Kinlochleven, let's say, on the old Mamore Road, which was the one of the roads that took you from Fort William to Kinlochleven. It's still there, but it's more a walking route now, and I think it maybe forms part of the West Highland Way. Don't quote me on that, but I'm sure it does. Anyway, 7:50 the first rider was out there. The second group of sections, 2 subs at Upper Mamore, first rider there at 8:15, and then Corrie Mohair, which is near the pipeline, let's say. Group C, there was 3 sections there. It is possible to walk up there. 8:40 was the first rider, so we're talking about an hour since the first rider was there. Then we move on to Group D, 2 sections at Corrie O'Dare, just up the hill at 9 o'clock. The first rider was there just about an hour ago. And then down through Glencoe and out to the White Corries White Corries ski area, and it's chairlift, 2 sections at chairlift. First rider should be just about there now. And then along the old military road, General Wade constructed the old the road at the time for the army. Group F, 3 sections at Bar House. First rider should be there at 10:25. Then down to Gorton, which is inboard of Achalader, near the Bridge of Orkney. It's a bit further in on there. It's a good walk to get to it. It's the first rider there at 11:20. That'll be after the lunch stop, I would imagine, which is just opposite Achalader, across the River Orkney. Then they move on to more inaccessible sections, groups H, I and J, which is Corrybuick, Dunnan and Carrower, which is on the Carrower Estate. Long time association with the Scottish 6 Days Trial is Carrower Estate, and the first riders at Carrower around about 1 o'clock this afternoon. And then of course the finish of the day section-wise is Group K, 6 subs at Ferme, which is the hamlet on the Spean Bridge to Lagan Road. First riders there at 1:30.
So quite an interesting route. As I said earlier, it seems to be a long one, but you're saying that's about a standard sort of length?
Normally the standard length. I mean, there's a good bit of cross country when you actually look at the map that comes in the programme, and I think we've got maps on Nevis Radio as well. Well, I saw one a few times coming up. It is quite a round route. You're going from Fort William out to Kinlochleven and then down over the Black Mount. And of course there was a connection there with the Scottish 6 Days Trial and James Bond, of course.
Yes.
Because the family Fleming owns I still think they own, or the company owns, the Black Mount.
Yeah.
And
inspiration for a lot of the
well, the whole idea of what film was it now? Skyfall. Yeah. That was really a hint to Ian Fleming's early days as a young lad. His family owned the Black Mount, and they had a house there. And I think that was a kind of nod to that. Although, having said that, I think Ian Fleming was not at Black Mount very often, because he went to public school down south, and then he went into, I think it was some sort of military intelligence. I think that's where all the sort of espionage side of the thing came in when he wrote the James Bond books, of course, and then they based the films on the James Bond books. So I remember when I was secretary back in 2002, I had to write for permission, obviously, to all the landowners, and actually Mr. Robin Fleming of Fleming Family and Partners actually phoned me up at the house, and they said, I'm really pleased to see that the Scottish 6 Days is back again this year. Great stuff. I really enjoy that. Yes, by all means, use the ground. And that was it. A really nice gentleman.
Just
and
ask.
I thought, wow, I thought, that's the creator of James Bond's brother. So yeah, there is that connection, I suppose, a little tentative connection with James Bond and the Scottish 6 Days due to the Black Mount people.
And there's a reason we can't do the scores. We can't go into too much detail right now, but they're hoping that'll be sorted out by tomorrow. Is that fair enough to say?
We hope so. All that I know is that the results had to be altered today, that there was some form of protest by a rider on the scores, and I think it's been rectified now, but there's not a supply of scores, sort of printed out scores here for us today, so sorry about that. But just beyond our control, we're not able to bring you the results, but I think they're probably online at the moment.
Check the website. I'm sure that'll be updated on there by now, but at the moment we've got no record, and I can't really sort of say too much about it.
No.
How are we doing for time? Because I've got something minute and a half.
Yeah, you've not got long. Well, I've got a mic on. George McCall is listening on Lismore. He's actually watching on Lismore. Good luck to Duncan McCall today from his grandparents.
They're good. And we just had yesterday's prize winner come into the Parc Ferme and pick up her prizes.
Yeah, a local lady, Tracy Back. She's the daughter of Alistair MacDonald, and the MacDonalds have a long association with the trial. Both Hughie and Ali MacDonald were riders back in the 50s and 60s.
And she's probably the only member of the public to one of the Nevis Radio umbrellas. Will I be right in saying so?
I'd say so, yep.
Because I know we haven't given any away before.
Nope.
Brilliant.
Very limited.
And it's gone to a local, that's good.
Gone local as well, so hopefully she'll be parading that up and down the high street when it's not too windy in the summer. Be the best way of doing.
Yeah.
So we've got about 30-odd seconds to talk about. In the next hour, we'll be going through the route again, saying the best places to go for that. Also be closing the competition we got today and picking a winner for that one. You've got two choices, 1911, 1909, 1923. Let us know what year the Edinburgh District North Club commenced the SSDT.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so maybe you do be cool and look smarter. The world time has come to.
From lodges by the river, barges on the canal, or even a luxury castle, they all share the common theme of being surrounded by stunning views and incredible scenery here in Lochaber. Rest assured, we are doing everything we can to keep you safe during your stay. We can't wait to welcome you.
Of the Scottish six-day trial.
Halfway through a sausage in a roll, very nice indeed. Thank you very much for Sean for going down there. Thanks to you for Gavin Cairns for supplying that and sponsoring that for this week, as well as the gazebo. And you've got a gentleman over there you want to try and catch up with, is that right?
I want to try and catch him. Maybe we'll catch him on the television as while he's doing it. He's doing maintenance on his bike because he got 20 minutes to work. It's number 95. He's Carlos Casas, the ambassador of the Scottish 6 days trial for Spain and Catalonia. So, Carlos, you're working on the Vertigo this morning, just doing a little bit of maintenance. Is everything going well for you?
Yes, of course. I am still enjoying a lot. It's my favorite event for all year, and well, me and my son all year we're thinking on come back. We love Scotland, so that's why we're here year after year.
You really enjoy it, and I think I dubbed it many years ago, called you the ambassador, because you've brought so many Spanish and Catalan riders to the Scottish by enthusing about the trial and telling them all about it.
Oh yes, of course, because all year at every event I speak about the Scottish. I speak about this big trial where everybody knows that, no? But I encourage all the young riders and all the riders that at must once alive they must try this trial.
Your first Scottish 6 days was 1979?
Yes, 1979. Then, because of work, until 1990, nothing. But from 1990 until now, all years.
Every year apart from COVID and the foot and mouth.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we'll let you get on with your maintenance, but it's nice to see you back here, and I hope you keep doing some more Scottish 6 days. I'm sure you're capable of that.
I'll try. So I am enjoying, so since the body hope, I'll try.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you, Carlos.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
That's Carlos Casas, all the way from Catalonia. and he enthuses to all the Spanish riders that, as you hear, at least he says that you must try this event at least once in your life as a trials rider, and he's done a lot for the sport. He's kept riding. He's a fit man. I'm not quite sure of his age now. He's a little bit younger than me, but as we heard, 1979 he first started. With age?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, well, Carlos, what age are you now? 64. He's 64 years of age. Still fit as a fiddle.
1 year younger than you, then.
Yeah, he is. So it is possible to keep going, but that's the secret. It's keeping going at the Scottish 60s. Once you start it, don't stop until you feel you have to stop. That's if you get a ride, of course, because it is oversubscribed every year. But Carlos, fortunately, manages to get in the trial. And as we say, he's been very, very active in encouraging riders to come here to Scotland from Spain to compete in the event, and long may that continue as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. I know you've got a tune there lined up for Sean, I'm assuming. We've got to do the weather?
Sorry, I'm writing things down.
Right.
Yes, I've got both of those things. Also got a few more things going on on many things.
Excellent. All you do is play music. Just stop it.
Yeah,
stop pretending you're busy.
I just pretend.
Yeah.
SSDT website is currently showing Doogie on 4, Peace on 6, and Green on 6. Apparently for your top 3 at the moment.
And we interviewed Billy Green earlier. There has been a change because there appears to have been. I don't know if it's an official protest or whatever, but there has been
an appeal of some kind.
An appeal of some description. So that's why we didn't get results handed down to us this morning, first thing, to go through the results. So there has been an amendment to the initial scores that's maybe been online since last night.
Yeah, there you go. So is it tune first or weather first?
What would you prefer?
I thought I'd do weather first.
All right.
I'll finish my roll then.
Hang on. Right. Okay. Right. Are you ready?
Oh, yeah. Count me in. Don't get the one you don't say. There you
go. I won't count you in. You can just listen to it.
Today's weather on Nevis Radio, brought to you by Thistle Access.
It's going to be a cloudy start elsewhere, mostly dry and bright with some warm sunshine across the west coast and parts of the West Highland. Cloudy in the afternoon with a possibility of a few showers. Your maximum high, 16 degrees centigrade, 61 Fahrenheit. And tonight, northeast day murky with patchy drizzle and fresh southeast winds. Otherwise, mainly cloudy with scattered showers. It will be a bit drier as we head into the second half of the night with a minimum overnight low of 6 degrees centigrade, 43 Fahrenheit. And Saturday, a bright day with some warm sunny spells, but scattered showers will break out and there could be the odd heavy shower in the afternoon. Your maximum high tomorrow, 18 degrees centigrade, 64 Fahrenheit.
That was like summer.
That was today's weather on Nevis Radio, brought to you by Thistle Access.
The world time has come to.
From lodges by the river, barges on the canal, or even a luxury castle, they all share the common theme of being surrounded by stunning views and incredible scenery here in Lochaber. Rest assured, we are doing everything we can to keep you safe during your stay. We can't wait to welcome you.
To move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
For the players.
You will never be stuck for things to do and places to see throughout Lochaber. Experience the abundance of history, immerse yourself in a movie scene, walk within our great outdoors and see our wildlife running free. Rain or shine, there is always something to do. Get out and enjoy all the incredible things we have to offer right here in Lochaber.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
Day 5 of the Scottish 6-day trial.
The last tune you heard was Fred again. You went to see them last night, didn't you?
I did, yeah.
Was it good?
It was brilliant. I can't say the words on radio.
Was it loud?
Very. I'm a bit deaf this morning.
Where was this at?
Broadford, Skye.
What time did you get home?
12:30.
There you go, you see. Fred again, with lots of dots, 3 or 4 dots after the name. But they're up and coming group, aren't they?
Oh, he's a
solo, but
solo artist, but he's one of the world's biggest producers.
You have it there, live and exclusive on Nevis Radio. Right, well, I've got to get around the back there. So you've got a gentleman next to you who's you've been stalking. Be the best way of putting it.
I've been stalking, have I?
Yeah, been stalking him, yeah.
Oh heavens, I'm stalking a celebrity. We have
Testing,
a celebrity
testing. Welcome to Ben McComb's radio, ladies and gentlemen.
It's Mark Coombs from the Isle of
Can
Wight.
Mark just move that way a little bit?
Yeah,
to,
okay. Yeah.
There you go.
There we
Frame
go.
yourselves, come on.
There we are.
Good
You've got
morning,
your
John.
name. Good morning, Mr. Coombs. And of course, you are now a social media sensation.
Correct,
Your
yes.
alter ego is Wolfie.
Correct, sir.
Wolfie.
Yeah.
And you're on the Facebook and you
Yeah.
do some wild and exciting things.
Yes.
Normally to the tune of Cockney Rebel.
Correct, sir,
That's
yeah.
right. Now but not only that, you're a trials rider as well.
I am, yes. I'm the intermediate Isle of Wight World Trials Champion many times over.
Unofficial?
Unofficial.
Unofficial, of course. And you're up for the Scottish Six Days. You're supporting a young rider from the Isle of Wight.
Yeah, it's Chris Stay from the Isle of Wight. He's started helping him about 6 years ago when he came back into trials, and managed to get the 2019 British Championship by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah.
We're only doing it by the skin of our teeth.
Yeah, of course. That's normal.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, you were at the Scot trial back in October, and I recall that you asked me to do a little favour for you, and that was to look after a cake. Of all things. What was the cake for? Just tell the
I don't know if anyone knows a guy called D. Thorpe.
D. Thorpe.
D.
There's
Thorpe.
two of them. There's Dan and there's Dave.
That's Dan Thorpe.
Dan Thorpe, yeah.
That's for his, I think it was for 150 national wins.
Yeah.
So I got a cake bake for him.
Yeah.
Because that's what friends do.
Yeah. And it was at the start, in the middle of a start field, and I was asked to look after this cake until Dan came, present it to him, which we did.
Yeah.
And the strange thing was, I thought, I don't know what Dan's got to say, but he went, "Oh, that's the cake from Mark Coombs, brilliant." So then Katie Sunter, his wife, came along and picked the cake up, so I presume they devoured it.
Didn't give me a slice, mate.
No.
That's what that's Irish. That's what these Yorkshire people are like.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't give you a slice of the cake at all. So, have you been out and about at the sections? You've obviously been doing some.
You didn't mention about the my Scott performance.
No.
Because I did actually ride the Scott.
Oh yes, you did.
Yeah.
Aye, you did.
So for the second time,
yeah,
I was absolutely flying. I actually got back 3 hours before John O'Richerson.
You
back to the
certainly
start.
did. You did actually.
So that's a huge performance by me.
It is actually. Not to mention you'd actually retired and beaten back, but that's how it works. Yeah. What was I going to say now?
Sorry. Yeah. It's roundabout.
Yeah, you're rounding about the Scottish. You're out spectating, but you're also doing some unofficial, of course, reporting.
Yeah, for trials. Well, I've just said trials talk.
That's
I've made
all right.
that up.
Yeah.
Russell Houston, Hugo Jervis. So all I'm doing really is just Facebook Lives and getting as much, coverage as possible.
Yeah.
And then just sort of anyone wants to talk really.
Yeah.
And just see if on all the sections. But it is tricky getting to the sections, isn't it?
Yeah.
We only seemed about maybe 2 groups a day-ish, something
That's
like
right.
that. So
yeah, it's not so easy as a spectator this year to go around the Scottish. I think it's like sort of a lot of sections are out the way.
Yes,
and restricted, so it's not as easy as it has maybe been previously. But you get there at the end of the day.
It's quite exhausting, really.
It is.
Like this commentary lark.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Now you know what it's like, and now you've got a proper microphone.
It's the first time on the mic, mate.
Superstardom comes its way, grab it with both hands. So where are you off to today then?
I'm not really sure, really. It's best to. I'm up here with Alan.
Yeah.
Alan Say, that's Chris's dad. George Gosden's father, Nelly. That's his nickname, Nelly.
Yeah.
Nelly's the leader of the pack. He knows where he's going. We don't.
Yeah.
We normally end up going right the way round, not seeing any sections, and then ending up the side of the road.
Yeah.
So I've got to commentate from the side of the road.
Tricky that, tricky. Very tricky.
Making it exciting.
And any advice for budding young trial stars being
how to ride a trials bike?
Yeah.
Well, it's apprenticeship, isn't it, really? You start off having a bit of fun. With me, it's like I love the competing, so it's trying to keep fit and then just gradually working your way up like the lads do. These top lads you see today right at the top, they've been doing that from like 5 years old, doing all the D's, C, B, A nationals, then eking up to the men. And it is a learning curve, isn't it, all this? And it's basically trying to follow the better riders, just watch how they do it.
Yeah.
Hang around the better riders, and then you hopefully improve,
And then you can get to superstar level of yourself.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. I really wouldn't go that far, ladies and gentlemen.
How far would you go? Yeah, exactly. But so you'll be shooting off shortly, I presume, once Chris comes into the paddock and disappears, does it?
Yeah, and we'll just be out on the road, and hopefully he can hold it together. It's every rider has to try and hold it together at the Scottish, don't they?
Exactly.
You
exactly.
know.
Just like a man who maybe has laughing Tourette's.
Yes, don't bring that up, John. Thank you.
It's actually one of his things. He did a Wolfie broadcast, and Wolfie had developed laughing Tourette's.
And he seems to come on when someone has a 5, John, which is very unfortunate.
Give us it.
What,
give
a
it.
bit of a
yeah, give us what a laughing Tourette's is
That's
like.
a bit like that, ladies and gentlemen.
That's it.
Laughing
Can't stop. It's more like that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there we go. So you have had your See You Jimmy hat on, of course, this week.
I have,
being
yeah.
in Scotland.
Well, I met you in the High Street, didn't I?
certainly did.
Only for special occasions this year.
That's right. Unofficially, of course.
Unofficially, yeah.
So if you're on Facebook, key in Mark Coombs as it's up on the screen now.
Yeah.
And you'll see possibly see Wolfie.
Oh, you will now. Now I've got to get you back, John.
That's it. Absolutely right. So anyway, that's great, Mark. So thanks very much for coming in this morning.
You're welcome.
John Weller's going to say hi to you as well.
Is he
Sorry,
taking
no,
money
he's all
off
right.
you?
No, he's not got a
I thought he
fancy.
was going to take money off of me.
No, he wasn't going to take money. No, you're
Having
all
a
right.
sense of humour is quite important in life, though, isn't it? We sort we have a bit of fun here at Nevis Radio, and we don't take it too seriously.
Yeah.
Got to have a laugh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, you'll be able to record it. This is all being recorded, so you'll be able to look at it later on, and all your fans.
It's there for life now.
Fans of Wolfie will be able to see this now.
baby.
We have got one very important task,
Yes,
though.
oh,
yes.
It's a number between 1 and 22.
1 and 22. 17.
17
Very
is today's
important
winner of
number.
the Pico umbrella and goodies. Who is that? Back at the studio.
That would be Gary Sinclair.
Gary Sinclair.
So he's
Well
a winner.
done, Gary.
We'll let you know how to get contact and pick this prize up very shortly. Thank you to everybody else for taking part. We decided to finish it a little bit early because the man, the legend, Wolfie is here.
Yeah.
Okay, everyone. Have a good day, everyone. Over and out.
Thank you very much, Mark.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for
A
coming
real
in.
pleasure. Thank you. Thanks for coming in. There you go. You never know what's going to happen. And sometimes you get a bit nervous standing here and listening to somebody else doing interviews. But it went okay. There's no possible chance of losing the licence, I don't think.
Oh, absolutely not. Not with Wolfie. No, he's just a barrel of fun. And he does these things ever so often. And I actually, when I get the nod, I'll look at it and see what he's up to. And, but he does have this particular tune, and that's why we played it earlier this week, which was the Steve Harlan Cockney Rebel Come Up and See Me,
Baby.
in brackets, Make Me Smile.
He puts baby in it, though. I don't know how that works.
I don't know how it works.
We're going to play a tune now, I understand. Come back, catch up with a few messages, look at that route.
Yep.
And take us up to 11 o'clock where we finish today. Is that a plan?
I believe so.
Sounds good to me. Push that button, DJ.
Open spaces. Unearth a breathtaking world right here in the Faber.
You will never be stuck for things to do and places to see throughout Lochaber. Experience the abundance of history, immerse yourself in a movie scene, walk within our great outdoors and see our wildlife running free. Rain or shine, there is always something to do. Get out and enjoy all the incredible things we have to offer right here in Lochaber.
Visit a Scottish region full of wonder, from stunning mountainous landscapes to deserted sandy beaches, relaxing woodland trails to heart-racing adventure. From historic treasures to the simplest of pleasures, the view from the top, the cleanest air, hidden places and wide open spaces, unearth a breathtaking world right here in Lochaber.
You will never be stuck for things to do and places to see throughout Lochaber. Experience the abundance of history, immerse yourself in a movie scene, walk within our great outdoors and see our wildlife running free. Rain or shine, there is always something to do. Get out and enjoy all the incredible things we have to offer right here in Lochaber.
Trial.
Why did I think we're playing a tune straight after that for some reason?
Was I supposed to?
Yeah, I thought you were doing two tunes back to back. It's fine, don't worry.
I can come back out of that and pretend this never happened.
No, I don't want to inconvenience you. We're fine. Right, yes, we've got the winner, who was...
Gary Sinclair.
Gary Sinclair, well done, popping down tomorrow to pick up the prize. Yesterday's got picked up a bit earlier by Tracy
Back.
So it's nice to meet these people. The day before, it was the young girl won the Apico.
That was Abigail Maxwell from Dumfries.
She wanted a photograph taken with me.
Did you? Superstar.
See? No, I think she's more famous than I am.
Yeah, oh, right.
Probably. More likely. So that's what's been happening. There's sunshine. There's sunshine out in Parc Ferme. I can
Strange,
see
isn't it?
shadows.
Yeah, yeah.
Is it windy down there?
Yes.
A little bit.
Okay, because the trees are moving about here.
Yeah, no, it's not as windy. It catches you now and again, but
Call
it's
it a breeze, I think. Breeze.
yes, it's not. It's more of a controlled breeze. I'm not too worried about equipment today, and the clocks, I'm going to say, have stayed where they were put earlier,
They've been behaving.
which is a good sign. We had a bit of substance too, thanks to Gavin
15
Cairns.
degrees.
Yeah, both clocks saying almost the same temperature.
Yeah, they are.
Ooh.
Humidity's out by 2%, but never mind.
Well, it's because somebody spilt tea on the table, I reckon.
Right, that would change.
Not saying who. There's only one person brought tea down into there and put it on the table.
Well,
Yeah,
we'll not
we'll have a
mention his
clean-up
name.
team. Clean-up team.
We've had a few interviews this morning as well.
That's been very good, actually, catching up with people.
Yeah, Billy Green and Carlos Casas and Alice Minter.
We did the competition. We actually never said what the answer was. You didn't realise that. We asked you what year did the Edinburgh District Motor Club commence the Scottish Six Days Trial.
We did.
Now, we gave you 3 years. It was either A, 1911, 1909 or 1923.
Yeah.
The answer was
1911.
The other 2 years are important years.
Yeah, the 1909 was the first year of the Scottish trial, but it was a 5-day trial, and by 1911 it had grown up to a 6 days trial, and that was the year that it was first organised and promoted by the Edinburgh and District Motor Club Limited, a motor club that was formed probably for that purpose. It was a combination of a couple of clubs came together to form the E&D, as it's known. 1909, that was the first year of the event, but as a 5-day, as just simply known as the Scottish Trial.
Is this right? This is this year.
1923 is because it's 100 years from now. It's 100
it's
years.
okay.
But 23, there were still, the results were very much on gold, silver and bronze medals. There was no individual winner at that time, but the first individual winner was 1932, and that was a Scotsman, Bob McGregor, on the Factory Rudge. He repeated the victory in 1935, so he's the only Scotsman ever to have won the Scottish Six Days Trial in its whole history.
Okay. We should have a prize in the something for tomorrow as well. We're talking about that. I know we've got the tickets to give away for Cafe Mara to go and see.
Yes, that'll be tomorrow.
If go and see Callum there, which will be great. Which is happening Bank Holiday Monday. I'm sure it's between 5 and 7. It could be 4 and 6, but I think it's 5 and 7.
Hang on, so I've got it on my phone because I've been sent the details. 4 till 6 on Monday.
4 to 6. And even if you didn't get tickets, go down there. I think it's limited tickets to get in because it's just the space they're going to have down there, I imagine.
Yeah, it's limited tickets. The tickets are available from 11 a.m. today, so if you're not in work or you've got a cheeky wee lunch break or you've got an imaginary appointment you want to go to, I'm not endorsing that, but you can get your ticket from 11 o'clock today.
And maybe have a nice scone or something like that while you're down there.
Why not?
Quite right.
Still not made it down there. I went trying to go down the other day and then something else came up, so never got there. So,
Yeah,
and of course, if you're down there looking at a big TV screen, you might be listening to this.
Yeah, they've got us on in the cafe.
Which is really good.
That's one of Wolfie's fans going past. George Gostin, he's riding this trial this week. He's one of the disciples.
Oh, yeah, he's the disciple.
He's from the Isle of Wight as well.
There are more than one person on the Isle of Wight.
Oh, sorry, I've just been given some information. Maximum of 2 tickets per person, just to save people going down. I need 20 tickets for me and my mates.
Fair, so more people get a chance.
Yeah.
Okay, and could we record this?
We've kind of had that discussion. It's still ongoing.
Yep. Okay, that's fine. No worries. I was just sitting there thinking it'd be quite nice to get a bit of live music and then play it a bit later on, that sort of stuff. But we have got the man. He's got your satchel.
I have. I've got a backpack or whatever you call these things now. I'll just open it now.
I'm going to hold your microphone because you always make a mess of this, don't you? Yeah.
Do I need to cue the music now?
Yeah. Cue the music.
Oh, here we go.
That's another fine mess you've got me into.
It's a bottle of fizzy forest fruits drink.
Even the lunchbox has got his own titles now. I'm getting worried.
Not tea.
The lunchbox upstaging us.
Lunchbox.
I don't think I'll say that on radio.
No. And of course, it's individually marked with 1, 2, 3, and 4. So it's.
See your drink, John. Has someone put a wee dab of paint on it so they know when you've opened it?
Well, it's been interfered with, you mean?
Oh, right. No. They don't. So, anyway, number 1.
In 1! I forgot that bit. Oh!
Oh, this actually should have been for Wolfie or Mark Coombs. It says Superstar on it. So it's what's that?
I'll call it a lollipop.
Chocolate lolly. And the other one says just simply, wow. So there you go. And
I didn't see another. Oh, and another wriggly worm.
These snakes or something.
Jelly worms.
Jelly worms, right? Okay, so that's in one.
In two.
It's.
Oh, look what you got!
It's a miniature.
Caterpillar.
Caterpillar.
You seem to eat a lot of caterpillars, John.
Yeah.
Full of protein.
Full of protein, and it's got a prickly back.
Yeah, that's
spotty back. I don't know if it's
That's
good. A spotty back caterpillar. Is there such a thing? In three.
There you go.
Oh, healthy. Oh, hang on. Was that for your eyes?
This is, yeah. This is for my beauty treatment. It's, what do you call them things?
They're cucumbers.
Cucumbers.
If they're smaller, they're called Wallies, which would fit you better, I think.
Right, so that's the healthy option.
And in the prize corner, right in the bullseye, we have got today...
N4.
Oh, you've been spoiled.
Wow. So I've got little square ham sandwiches.
Or pieces.
Pieces. And a bag of crisps. Cheese and onion.
Oh. I always cheese and onion.
You always go for cheese and onion.
Yeah. That's a favourite. Salt and vinegar, a wee bit acidic.
Oh.
Cheese and onion for me. And that's the whole package in one neat parcel.
Also, from a scientific point of view, that's three days you've had 3 different shapes of sandwiches. Which one tasted best?
Well, the one that was cut out in the centre was difficult to eat because the cutters hadn't gone completely through.
Your fleur-de-lis.
The fleur-de-lis.
Yeah, there you go. You can have that back now.
Oh, sorry, yeah, so I could. So I had them at the canal up by Witch's Burn because the lock gates had jammed. So while I was waiting a little while, I had my sandwich there, and it was very nice. But I think possibly today's ones, I know I had the triangulated ones like you get in hotels, you know, when you go for
ones,
afternoon tea, posh ones. These ones are little square ones. I think they'll be quite dinky. I quite fancy them.
Mrs. W will not eat a square sandwich. It has to be done into triangles.
Oh, people call me fussy.
I know, tell me about it.
That's shocking. So, more critically, John, crisps in or out the bread?
Well, the sandwiches are quite small. Out, I'm afraid, but I am partial to the occasional, very occasional, for a special treat, crisps in a sandwich. I was brought up with that. I used to get them. It was called, what was it called now?
A crisp piece.
Crisp piece, yeah, crisp piece.
I do like salt and vinegar in a sandwich, but not cheese and onion. I don't know.
Now, that's crisp piece. There is no such rider this year, but there is a Dan piece and a Jack piece riding. Believe it or not.
That's piece rather than piece.
That's piece.
Number piece.
P-E-A-C-E as opposed
what's
to
the name?
P-I.
Piece is second or third at the moment, isn't they?
Yes, yeah.
I guess this is getting very confusing.
It gets confusing when you speak to Americans and say, I'm just going to go for my piece, and they go, why are you going to shoot somebody? Why are you going to shoot somebody?
Oh, that right.
Because a piece is
piece.
A gun, isn't it?
I'm saying it now, John. If there's ever a crisp piece riding the trail, you're going to ask him what crisp he puts in his sandwiches. That is a given, right?
That would be good. Well, we never know in the future. Maybe if these guys have kids and it's male children, you might find the
have a little piece of something then.
Crisp piece. You never know.
Where is this going? I'll tell you what. If we can play the new tune from Scalf.
Yes, we can do that, and then come back.
We'll have a look at that route and see what other nonsense we can talk up until the news.
Okay, well, just to give a recap, so Scalf, local artist, singer, songwriter, all self-produced, produced at a local recording studio across the water. Generally you'd use the Corn Ferry, but not so much at the moment. I'll avoid that topic for now. But yeah, his latest single, These Scars, out now on all downloads and streaming platforms.
From lodges by the river, barges on the canal, or even a luxury castle, they all share the common theme of being surrounded by stunning views and incredible scenery here in Lochaber. Rest assured, we are doing everything we can to keep you safe during your stay. We can't wait to welcome you.
Day 5 of the Scottish 6-day trial.
Yes, it's day 5 of the Scottish 6 Days trial here in downtown Fort William, and we now have with us rider number 138 on a TRRS 125cc machine, because he's still on L plates, is Jamie Galloway from Thornton and Fife. Jamie, this is your first Scottish 6 Days trial, but you've been doing rather well at higher levels in the World Championships, is that right?
Yeah, it's been quite decent going abroad. It's a completely different ball game to this, though. But it's such an amazing experience going away somewhere on your bike. But I must say, it can't beat the Scottish so far, anyway.
Good. Now, what class are you riding in the World Trials Championships, Jamie?
It's the Trial 3 category, which is up to 125, and I think the age limit on it's 21. Right. So it's sort of the bottom class, sort of lowest capacity. So I think now after the first 2 rounds I'm 5th, so hopefully I can improve on that a bit. So
what about the Scottish Trials Championships? Where are you lying in that?
I think the first round, which was at Aberdeen at the start of April, I was 3rd. Right. I think Duncan McCall won, and then Gary McDonald who turned up. So I need to. But I think with going abroad, I missed 2 of them this year. I think I missed Alvey. So
it's one of these things, unfortunately, yeah. Because obviously the World Championship takes preference. You're riding a 125 because you haven't passed the motorcycle test as yet, so it's low capacity. So you're actually riding with L plates, is that right?
It is indeed. If you look on the back of my bag, I've got my big L plate duct tape to the back yet. So.
And you're just doing a little bit of maintenance on the TRRS. You're supported by, is it 2T Off-Road, or is it Saunders?
That's my dad's company, that's 2T Off-Road, and then it's through Steve Saunders as well. I get a little bit of help from the factory, but most of it is through Steve Saunders, and he's absolutely brilliant. can't ask for more. So.
And of course, you have the distinction of being the son of the current secretary of the Scottish Six Days Trial, Kristen Pennicook.
Yeah, I must say I don't see my mother very much through the week, so even though folk think it's it benefits or whatever, it's no really, because I do see her all week.
Doesn't work that way. Anyway, so I'll let you get on with the maintenance. So good to speak to you, Jamie.
Yeah, right. See you later, John.
Okay, that's Jamie. Exactly, so hopefully to see us at the end of today's saying. So that's rider number 138 on the TRRS 125 T1, and he's just doing his maintenance this morning. As he was saying, he's the secretary's son, and he's enjoying the Scottish 6 days, but he's heavily involved with Trial 3, which is the up to 125, up to 21-year-old class in the World Trials Championship, organised and promoted by the FIM.
Would that be the lowest CC bike you could possibly ride, really? I know you start at like 50 cc.
You could probably do lower than that if there was one available, but it's up to to including 125 cc, and there are other classes as well. But of course, the one class we didn't mention earlier on when we were speaking to Billy Green, who rides for Scorpa, and as you heard, Jamie Galloway's getting some factory support now from TRRS, which is headed up by former World Trials champion Jordi Tares. We didn't mention the trial women's category, of course, and of course it's a British rider that's a multiple world women's trials champion, and that of course is Emma Bristol, who's still heading up, I believe, the women's class here at the Scottish 6 Days Trial.
Maybe try and get a chat with her tomorrow, because I've seen her around. I haven't seen her today, but
I haven't seen her all week, to tell you the truth. I haven't seen her riding the event.
Tuesday.
Yeah, did you?
Tuesday.
Right, so we might try and catch up with Emma, depending on what number she is.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've managed to get a few interviews in today, quite interesting people, including Wolfie, so I've done well. But it's good to catch up with Jamie, because there's actually a lot of Scottish riders now going further afield. I'm thinking more in the Youth British Trials Championship, organised by ACU Motorcycle Sport GB. We've got quite a few riders riding in that. In fact, up in Inverness, we have the prestigious thing now where we can claim that we have a British champion, current British champion in our midst, but he's 11-year-old Oliver Wilson, and he won a category of the British Trials Championship last year. So I think there's about 5 or 6 of the Scots lads are actually competing at British Trials Championship level, and now we've got from Scotland taking part in the World Trials Championship. That is Jamie Galloway, and of course local rider to this area, Ben Dignan, son of the Clerk, of course, David Dignan.
How old was Jamie again at the moment?
What age is Jamie?
He's 17.
He's 17-year-old.
From his mum.
From his mum.
There you go. Mum's always in the right place at the right time.
He's just passed. That was good. So there we have results. We're going by the website results at the moment, because there's an ongoing inquiry into a couple of riders' results at the present time. So we don't have a set of results handy here, but we've been told that the ones on the website are currently correct until the outcome of the inquiry, which involves interviewing a couple of observers. So that'll probably be rectified later today, and hopefully tomorrow we'll be back to usual and getting the Friday results, and that'll be bang up to date, hopefully.
Do you think tomorrow morning that might be something we can maybe ask the officials that are doing that about, or is that something we don't talk about?
I'm sure we will.
I'm sure we'll be able to get something sorted for that, yeah.
They're not hiding anything. They're not keeping anything from us. They just want to get it right before they announce it, certainly on the radio, and that's why they're saying, look, watch the website and keep it up to date on there.
Yeah, just to keep everybody informed. Hopefully tomorrow we might be able to get a quick interview with Scott Cannon of Apico Factory Racing, but we'll leave that up to you to arrange, Simon, because obviously it doesn't work a Saturday, but it might be available tomorrow morning if we could get him on a mobile, I think.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later maybe. So the route, can we go through that again? Is that possible?
The route for Friday the 5th of May. The first group of sections is Group A, which is Sleach, which is just above Kinlochleven, but it's not really accessible to the public today. It's a long walk up to Sleach. Group B, there's 2 sections at Upper Mamore, The first rider was there at 8:15 this morning, and then along a bit just above the pipeline sections, maybe about a mile or two up the hill, is Corey Mohair. 3 subs there. The first rider there at 8:40 this morning. They move on to Corey O'Dare, which is further up the Dam Road, not accessible, it's a bit further on, 2 sections there. First rider was there at 9 o'clock this morning. And then down through Glencoe to Chairlift, 2 sections at Group E. First rider was there nearly an hour ago at 10 o'clock, so they'll be going through Chairlift as we speak. Then on to Bar House, about a couple of miles along the old military road, the General Wade Military Road, which runs parallel to the current A82 near King's House Hotel, just on the edge of the vast Rannoch Moor. I think Rannoch Moor is dubbed to be, is it the biggest peat bog in Europe, I think. So across Rannoch Moor to Bar House, 3 sections there, 10:25, so the riders were there about 20 minutes ago, hopefully, if they're on time. And Group G, that's a bit of a walk into Gorton, which is east of Achalader. Famous old name there came up. It was the site of the old Scottish Experts in National Trial, organised by the Edinburgh Southern Club some years ago, Achalader. Gorton has 3 sections. The first rider will be there in about less than an hour's time at 11:20. What was it? Gorton, 11:20, that's correct. And then they move out more onto the rough. There's 3 groups, H, I and J, covering 6 sections between Corriebuch, Dunane and Carrower Estate, and they go to Carrower at around about 1 p.m. today. And then finishing off on the 6 subs up at Ferset, Group K, first rider there at 1:30. And that's the spectator section of the day this afternoon, is definitely Ferset, which is on the road from Speenbridge over to Lagan, and there is a hamlet there. It's signposted, well signposted, Ferset. So park sensibly, make sure there's enough room to let the bikes down the road, and obviously it's a working day for most of the crofters and landowners, so don't park on the road there, but park off the road. That would be great.
Yeah, please keep the locals and everybody happy, because we want to come back here next year and do similar sort of stuff.
Excellent, yes, absolutely right.
And for the years coming as well, and hopefully Nevis Radio and you'll be here as well.
I hope so.
So all being well, that will be the plan. Riders up to, what are we now, 1:30, I'm guessing, something like that?
Yeah, we're up to, hold on a sec, I'll just tell you.
He's gone round the corner.
The first rider to leave just at the moment, so let's see. 1, sorry, my microphone keeps going off round the corner. 132. I think it's to do with the steel.
It's the steel box.
Steel box. It cuts me out. So the next rider leaving the Parc Ferme right now is 132. So if you're keeping tabs of the numbers and deciding what time you've got to be here, that's the next number leaving.
A big thanks to all our sponsors for today and indeed this week. We have got Gavin Cairns, rough casting for the use of the outside facility here. Michelin tyres, as always. Trial Magazine, to our main sponsor, been with us for many years. Trials Guru, been with us many, many, many years. You weren't Trials Guru in those days, the early days, were you?
No, the funny thing is that Trials Guru name was actually suggested to me by the aunt of one of our guests here yesterday, James Dable. So Carol Dable came up with the idea of the name, because I was setting the website up, and she says, well, her partner, Jez, I used to call him the Ford Guru, because he works for a big Ford outlet in Yorkshire as a technician. And she says, well, if Jez is the Ford Guru, you must be the Trials Guru. And I thought, that'll do fine. So I used the name.
There you go.
Is it like 3 steps up above a professional or something?
No, there is a definition for a guru. I think it's somebody who removes darkness and provides light. In other words, provides information. I think that's where it comes from.
Oh, well, I'm deep now. Thistle Access for the use of the outdoor trailer and the power from their lovely generator. It's really running a treat, really enjoying that. Nice clean power. Comms West for the internet signal, I think it's about, or Wi-Fi signal, is that how do you call it? Streaming signal?
Just an internet connection. I'm enjoying that. It's lovely, clean and fast and reliable.
Yeah, no, it's been a better year for that, I must be honest. That's a lot better. We've just got it set up slightly different, and it's made a big difference. And also the higher centre for the use of the telescopic mast. It doesn't sound much, but it means we get a nice clear signal back to our studio, probably about 1.5 to 2 miles away from where we are right now.
Infrastructure is pretty much key for this.
It is indeed. And as we're saying throughout the week, you want to get involved with us at Nevis Radio. We don't take it lightly. Anything you can offer, we fully appreciate, whether it's a service, whether it's financial, whether it's just a bit of guidance. We always like some help, and we don't turn anything away.
No, indeed. I mean, if you're watching on our YouTube channel, Nevis Radio Official, even just moving the cameras around, that involves somebody being there doing that. So if you've got a couple of hours to spare and you've got some skills, or you want to learn some skills, it's the kind of thing you can come along and learn and try something a little bit different.
Yeah, because I always I don't want to do a radio show. You don't need to. We've got lots of people behind the scenes doing stuff, and it's greatly appreciated.
Well, yeah, I mean, we've also got events coming up later on this year, which includes sound, it includes light, it includes video, it includes loads of different things. It doesn't always have to be talking on a microphone.
No, we've got a guy coming across from America as well, haven't we? We're going to do some sound and light and stuff like that. Sounds exciting.
Yeah, I've got a meeting for that on Monday.
Oh, have you?
Yes.
Okay. Very good. Do you want me there or not too worried?
You can be if you want.
I don't care. We'll see how it goes anyway. I'll chat about that later.
Indeed.
And the team. I always try and get this out before I sort of cram it in. So we've got John Moffitt. Thank you very much for today.
No problem.
Good effort, my man. You did very well.
Sorry?
You did very well. You're on time and punctual and very smart.
Yeah, I've been punctual.
Which is always good. Chris in the trailer, thank you very much, my friend.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
You're not back here tomorrow, are you, I don't think?
I'm not back here tomorrow, no.
But the last couple of days, indebted to you. You've done a sterling job.
Thank you.
Sean, on camera one. Turned up late, but he's here.
He had a good excuse, to be fair.
Yeah, no, it's not. That's not a good excuse. That's an excuse he did of his own making.
It was legit enough to me.
But no, it's great to have you down here. And I know you're down here Monday, which is obviously a very stressful day for us, getting the technical stuff sorted out. So thank you very much. I think you're down tomorrow as well, aren't you? Yeah, so Sean will be back tomorrow. And Si back in the studio, as always. Thanks for pushing buttons and playing tunes.
And I think we've forgotten, but we will mention a Pico Factory Racing.
Yes, we did. We did indeed. I admitted them. Sorry for that, guys.
That's all right.
Pico Factory Racing for sponsoring and also donating gifts like the umbrella we gave away today.
Yeah, they gave us some of their catalogue to give away out of their hard parts catalogue, and it's very good of them.
So we're going to have a tune up to the news. Is that possible?
I knew you were going to say that. I've got
not 3 minutes or 2.5 minutes.
No, I've got 2 minutes 10 by the time I've figured that out, and I've not even looked.
Okay, well we'll talk nonsense then if that's all right.
It'd make life so much easier if you did.
So you can watch all this back. We've got Mixcloud. I think we've already said that. YouTube will be there for eternity or until YouTube decide they want to change licenses and not let us have access to stuff. But we'll see where that goes. And you're wondering why we cut from the live stuff here to in commercials, because we play music on YouTube. Although we're licensed and and copyrighted for any type of music, YouTube don't like it, so they literally block us. So that's why we do these in commercials. And if you are one of those in commercials, it's great to have you with us, and we're trying to expand that sort of side of Nevis Radio.
Indeed, yeah,
so no, small business. In fact, you may have one. Who's that guy from the Stoves?
John Garth of Greenbrae Stoves, was it?
Yeah, Dingwall Way. He's interested in possibly advertising with us.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll get a wee chat with him.
Get that sorted out as well.
No, I mean, just to recap, if you do want to go watch it back or even watch it tomorrow, you can check out youtube.com/Nevis Radio Official. Go give us a wee subscribe. We need to get the numbers up so we can do more stuff with it. If you want to listen back, you can do that on our Mixcloud page, which again is Nevis Radio Official. Just go to mixcloud.com and type that in. And again, if you do want to get in touch with us through out tomorrow, or indeed through any time of the year, studio@nevisradio.co.uk or WhatsApp 01397 706 100.
And last year, our viewing figures and online figures were about 500,000, weren't they, through the week?
Yeah, adds up quite quick. It's a bit mad.
It's amazing. These aren't made up figures. We actually go onto our site. You can see what we did. It's 553,000 or something like that. It's ridiculous.
Well, it's all part of the fun of it, isn't it?
But it's really good that you are out there and wherever you are in the world. Thanks for tuning in today and listening to me, somebody who just talks stuff, somebody who's got a lot of knowledge, Mr. John Moffitt. Because people say, why do you do it? I say, I could spend a morning with this man.
It's good
He's
fun.
the legend.
It's good fun.
No, it is absolutely fantastic.
I enjoy it.
So we'll be back at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, bright and early, and we'll be going right through until around about 12:30, 1 o'clock, until the very last rider. 160 odd riders at this moment it will be, have gone through that start gate for day 6, which what makes it the 6 days trial. Yes. Yeah. What are you looking at? You just
certainly does.
counting down the clock. You want to see how good I can do this?
I was watching the clock.
Very good. Here's Nevis Radio, your community station. We're going up to the news now, and thanks for joining us on this Friday.
Open spaces. Unearth the breathtaking world right here in the Harbour.
You will never be stuck for things to do and places to see throughout Lochaber.